Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Our next item is Executive Committee Item EX 2936 on the establishment of an Indigenous Affairs Office at the City of Toronto. Before we begin, there will be a brief ceremony by Toronto Council Fire. I kindly ask members of council, media and public to refrain from taking photos or video of the smudging ceremony. Photographs are permitted during the drumming. I would now like to call upon Mayor Tory to introduce members of Toronto Council Fire who are with us today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, may I say I think it's a proud moment for the City Council, an overdue moment for us to be considering the item we're considering today. I think is more than appropriate that we should begin it with the special ceremony that is going to come before us in a moment. We were privileged to have many of the same Indigenous peoples here with us, their representatives, to perform the same ceremony at the Executive Committee last week. And so I will be introducing today Tashunga Sugar, who was a youth speaker who was with us at the Executive Committee last week, and you're most welcome again. Josh Smoke, Kevin Moran, and they're here to perform this ceremony for us, and I would ask that all members of council stand for the beginnings of the ceremony.
My name is Tashunka Pejuta Sugar, and I'm a long way from my territory right now. I'm actually from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and Pipot, Saskatchewan. I'm a Lakota Cree. We are in this territory of the Haudenosaunee people, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe Nation, and most recently the Mississaugas of the New Credit. So I'd like to acknowledge the land that we are on, and I would like to acknowledge the fact that we are occupants of this land, and it is our duty to take care of this land and to live peacefully with one another. So I'd like to thank you guys for having us here. I think it's very, very important to be doing things like this. This is my little brother Joey, and Joey is going to do the smudge today, and he's going to walk around with this smudge and bless this room and give us the blessings. We smudge because it is a way to cleanse our minds from any negative thoughts, any negative energy, or any bad or anger. And we use that to find clarity. We use that to find strength in our hearts and in our minds. And when we smudge, we bring that smudge close to our face, to our mouth, to our ears, to our nose, to our eyes, so that we see good, so that we can see the truth, so that we could speak the truth. So I'd like to thank you guys once again for having us here. I'm going to pass the mic to my older brother Kevin here. He has two names. We call him Joey and Kevin. So I'd like to pass the mic to him, and he's going to explain the drum, and he's going to explain the song that we will be singing. We've brought this drum from Toronto Council Fire, and we are a Native Cultural Center, and we work with our community members daily. So Kevin, thank you guys.
Thanks, Shanka. So the song we're going to sing today is going to be a honor song of the event that's going to go on today. I'm really, really happy that there's going to be First Nations room for us here in the council. So the song we're going to sing is going to be an honor song. The drum itself is called Brings Families Together, right? So we like to consider this all one big family, and we're brought together now here in Toronto. And we're going to sing an honor song as soon as Joey gets back here with the smudge.
I just wanted to say another thing. It's an honor to be here, and I know the Aboriginal Affairs Committee have been working very, very, very hard to be where we are today, to have this new office here with us. So I'd like to thank for that as well. Thank you.
On behalf of Council, may I thank the Toronto Council Fire for the ceremony and for bringing the All Nations Drum to ground our discussions. I'd ask the members of Council to be seated, and that following our consideration of the item, Tashunga Sugar will be back to say a closing prayer to ground our discussion and to conclude our discussion, and they're, I understand, going to join us sitting in some reserved seats to watch the discussion that we'll now have. But thank you very much to them, and as Tashunga said, to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee members who are here today to, in fact, hopefully celebrate their own work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we will now debate the item. Do we have questions? Councillor Campbell?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to our staff people on this particular file. The report says that several divisions are engaged in initiatives related to Indigenous affairs, and a number of staff positions are already assigned to related portfolios. My question is, how many staff are assigned to Indigenous affairs already? It's in the second paragraph of the report.
Through you, Madam Speaker. There is currently one staff person within the Equity, Diversity and Human Rights Division who is devoted to Indigenous affairs. However, there are staff within other divisions who are doing related work. So, for instance, Children's Services has some caseworkers who work with Indigenous families, but they are caseworkers in the ordinary course. They just focus on Indigenous families. So there are such positions, but not with a corporate focus. There is just one position currently with a corporate focus.
Okay, and what other divisions? You mentioned Children's Services, because it says a survey of city divisions indicates several are engaged in initiatives related to Indigenous affairs. So I would like just a broader explanation of what that means.
Okay, I can answer that question. So divisions such as economic development and culture and tourism have staff who have worked on Indigenous-related initiatives over the course of the year, for instance. There is also staff in public health who have worked on the Toronto Indigenous Health strategy. So there are staff, and there is a staff person in TESS as well who is working on Indigenous engagement. But again, those staff are dealing with their division's work, just specifically working with Indigenous communities. But the office is intended to take a corporate focus,
Okay.
and currently there is just one person doing that.
So I'd like to have a clear understanding of what the outcome expectations are. It says that there is a low level of trust between the Indigenous community and the city. It says there's a lack of authentic relationship between the city and the Indigenous community. So in the setting up of an office, how are some, and the perception that Indigenous priorities have a low level of urgency within the city. So in the setting up of an office, how are these problems expected to be overcome, and how will it be measured?
There are a number of ways that the office is intended to address some of those issues. So first of all, I should say that's some of the feedback that we received in our consultations with Indigenous communities over the summer. So the intention is that the office, one of the things that we heard from the community is that it is not clear if there is an initiative or if there is a need, where exactly within the city to go to get that issue addressed. So having an office, it will certainly give some clear direction about who at the city is responsible for addressing issues or working with the community on implementing things such as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action that this council has adopted for the city to implement. So the office will be primarily responsible for ensuring that those kinds of things happen. So the trust, the lack of trust is also related to the fact that the community has been making this request of the city since for many years, for more than 20 years, and there is the feeling that the city was not responsive to that. So in fact, the creation of the office in itself will help mend the broken relationship between the city and the Indigenous community.
So this is are you saying that this is a bit of a public relations exercise? I'm trying to
No,
understand
I'm
how.
not saying that.
Okay, it's not, but you have said it's a healing exercise, or is that what I'm to understand?
No. Sorry, I can answer that. It is not a healing exercise. The intention is for this office to actually do the work that is required to implement directions that the council has already provided to staff, including implementing the calls to action that were adopted by council. There is a statement of commitment that council adopted around our relationship with Indigenous communities that the office will allow us to, would for instance, develop an engagement strategy for divisions that wish to work with Indigenous community to help them figure out how to do that engagement and to do it in a way that's respectful of the Indigenous community's right to self-determination, which council has affirmed.
I
realize it's unusual, but I would just like to explicitly endorse that response. Thank you.
Okay. All right, my time is up, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. And the second portion of Councillor Campbell's question has been answered, because that's the question I was going to ask about how the office will be operated and so on. But what I'd like to understand are two things: are the job descriptions with respect to the FTEs for this office, and whether or not these will be members of the Indigenous community who will actually staff this office.
So the job descriptions, as indicated in the report, the intention is for the city to retain a consultant to work with us to ensure that the office is actually going to do the things that we need to do, to ensure that the community has a voice in the process of developing this office. So we have some ideas about what the job descriptions will be, but really the final product will be a consultative process. But the intention is we currently have an Indigenous Affairs consultant, so that is a starting point in terms of what we want, what the other job descriptions will look like. And there is a list in the report about the items that we expect the office to work on, so that will, yes, so the job descriptions will reflect that. In terms of the intention, certainly, the staff perception is that lived experience will be helpful to people in this office, and certainly to date, the Indigenous Affairs consultant positions have been occupied by Indigenous peoples, and that is the hope would be that that would also be the case with the office.
Okay. Thank you very much. Through to you, Madam Speaker, to the City Manager. I wonder, Mr. City Manager, if you could describe to us what the landscape will look like maybe in 5 years as a result of the work that we're about to embark on with respect to the establishment of this office. What will be the benefits to the Indigenous people? What will be the benefits to Torontonians? How will this landscape look, and the overall benefits that you see coming from the establishment of this office and the impact?
So this initiative is entirely consistent, as was said earlier, with Council's broader direction with respect to reconciliation activities and agenda. And it's our hope and expectation that through this office and through the broader efforts that this office leverages, we will improve the relationship between the City of Toronto, our government, and Indigenous peoples living within the city. Frankly, it's not so much about the very specific outcomes, because this is a relatively small office. It's about ensuring that we are true to the reconciliation principles and activities that Council has directed us to pursue, and ensuring that we use this office to embed those principles in the broader activities of city staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to understand how this office will incorporate the right to self-determination in their functioning as opposed to the other offices that we've created, because I understand that's an important premises of this function. So how would we make sure that the right to self-determination is part and parcel of the functioning of this office?
One of the ways that we're going to ensure that that is done is by engaging. That is why the report requires us proposes that we also retain a consultant to help us understand, work with our Indigenous partners in the formation of this office to ensure that this office is a manifestation of the city's commitment to recognizing the right of self-determination. So I guess the answer to that question is we will work, like that is a priority for us as the office is established, and we will work with our Indigenous partners on ensuring that there is a framework for that to happen.
So generally, when establishment of offices such as this, with respect to an equity-seeking communities is created, there is sometimes a worry that this might just check a box but not have direct impact into the policy making. How would we make sure that this particular office will have direct influence over policy and decision making of this body?
One of the ways that we will ensure that that happens is the way the office is structured. Right now, the office is structured such that it reports directly to the city manager, and that the intention of that is for the office to have that corporate perspective and to have that support that it needs to send a clear message that this is a priority for this, that the Indigenous affairs is a priority for the city, and the city manager is certainly committed to ensuring that there are clear goals for this office, and the accountability framework is built into it. And so there is a strong commitment from the public service, and the intention is for this office to actually live up to that. And the positioning of the office is an important message in that respect. And I certainly know that the city manager is committed to ensuring that this office actually lives up to.
So do you foresee that this office would have an impact on how policies are being discussed in this council, what kind of lens is used to see the impact of this policy on different communities, particularly from this particular office as Indigenous communities in Toronto?
We do foresee that, but it's important to be realistic about this as well. And I say this simply because the policy process of the City of Toronto is decentralized, is largely driven by Council. Council has endorsed the reconciliation principles. It is frankly not just this office. It is the spirit of the overall intention of Council that the office is being created, provide some coordination, some energy, some direct report to me, but this will also require the support of Council and councillors.
My last question is around the relationship between the committee that now has Indigenous relations or Aboriginal affairs as a portfolio. How do we plan to manage the autonomy of that committee and the self-determination aspect related to that committee and this office, and vice versa?
I believe you're referring to the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. The intention is for this, the Indigenous Affairs consultant currently within the Equity, Diversity and Human Rights Division supports that committee, and the intention is that this office will now support that committee and work closely with that committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess it's safe to assume that Native Affairs is federal jurisdiction under the Indian Act and other pieces of legislation and various national treaties that are signed.
Yes, if you're asking about the treaties, yes.
And
The Indian Act.
has there been any outreach to see whether there's a funding envelope at the federal government to help municipalities drive these programs?
Yes, so we've started to look into that, and we're working with the intergovernmental relations staff to explore those opportunities, and that is one of the intentions, is that this office will also be able to, will take responsibility for identifying those funding sources and assisting the city in applying for those funds.
I'm looking at the various offices and divisions that are currently, I guess, touching on various aspects of Indigenous affairs. Did you consider secondments to get the office going and to drive it for the first few years before we add new and enhanced?
I guess the challenge with that is that the people who are currently doing this work within divisions are doing, like I said, Children's Services is a good example because they have the highest number, but these are caseworkers who are doing this, who are doing just working specifically with Indigenous families. So they do not necessarily have the expertise that would be required to do the community engagement work. It's a different skill set. So we're looking to ensure that this office is able to do what we intend for it. It's important that we staff it with people who have the skill set to do the work that's necessary. And from what I know of the people within divisions who are doing related work, their skill set is just very different from what's envisioned here.
It's following on Councillor Shan's line of questioning. One of the things that we're not good at is when we set up new programs or new initiatives is measurability. Have we allocated any percentage of the budget we could approve today to measure success over a period of years? Many say that 1% of all budget should be used to assess programs.
We will be happy to report back on the success of this. But to be very frank and direct, this is a policy priority directed to us by Council. It is part of Council's statement of commitment to Aboriginal peoples that has been city policy since 2010. Those commitments, along with the 8 priorities associated with reconciliation, are quite broad and far-reaching. We're putting in place a very marginal increase in city resources to make sure that frankly, we do a better job than we've been able to do so far, and that is entirely consistent with Council direction to this point.
So is it the type of office that has to come back to Council for renewal each year through the budget process, or is there a sunset, or it's a permanent standalone office?
It is a permanent standalone office.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Campbell to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess what I'm a little disappointed with is the lack of breadth in the report that has been presented to us, and the attachment that came with this report explained very little, if anything. In fact, the attachment more or less says that we should be setting up an Indigenous office because other cities have set up an Indigenous office, and it's incumbent upon us as the largest city in Canada and with a fairly large Indigenous population to follow suit with Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, and Vancouver. But I don't have any, as a member of the Budget Committee, as a member of City Council, I don't really have any a clear understanding from this report what the individuals that are going to be hired are to do, what their how they will go about their day-to-day responsibilities, and I think most importantly, how it will go about addressing the issues that need to be addressed that are outlined in point form in the report. So I have great difficulty in supporting the addition of 5 staff. I would have no problem, I think, if the city manager had come and said because this was such a priority, he was reassigning staff that are already in place to make this happen and to get this work underway. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say Che Miigwech to Shunka and to the drummers for the song that they brought and the opening remarks that they brought to this chamber. I can't remember a better way that we've started a meeting like this all together, save maybe the first day that we show up and we all take a picture and we're all feeling very good and positive and hopeful about what we're going to accomplish. This for me has renewed some of that hope, and I thank them for that. Che Miigwech to Todd Ross and Andrea Christian, who are here as members of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, that has been so active in trying to ensure that our city is living up to the commitments that we're making, as well as living up to our reputation and our city's motto, diversity is our strength, in a time when cities across the country and governments across the country are taking great actions to improve their relationships with the Aboriginal and Indigenous communities across the country. We in the last term of council faced a time when the Aboriginal Affairs Committee was actually considered obsolete and was going to be cut. We fortunately fought back there, and since then have been doing our best to move forward these important issues. And I'll talk about that in a second. To Crystal Bassi, who's also here, who's a staff member at Task, that were involved in the crafting of the recommendations that were presented to the city manager. And then to the city manager and his staff in equity, diversity, and human rights. These are issues with a level of complexity that far exceeds the ability of a spreadsheet to convey and to translate. And they have done, I believe, a superb job in responding to not only the desires of the community, but also the realities of working in a bureaucracy like we all know can be very complex, like the City of Toronto. There are just realities that exist there that are unable to meet the expectations of the community, but they have chosen here a very unique approach that I think responds to both well. I'd like to take a second and tell you a story. So my family, as far back as we can stretch, were related to three fathers of Confederation. But at one point in time, like all of you, my family were immigrants to this country. We came up this country. It was on my grandmother's side, was the oldest one that went back. Her father's father came up on a small wooden boat and sailed up the east coast of North America from the U.S., where they got swindled out of some money when they first came over from Europe, and arrived in New Brunswick at the foot of the Petitcodiac River. It took a long time to get up there then. It was very cold. It was a tough winter. And at that point in time, there was very little settlement. There was very little in the way of newcomer supports, like we have at the City of Toronto now with our newcomer office. Well, what happened was the Mi'kmaq, who were the First Nations in the area at the time, took them in, invited them in with open arms. They helped them get through those first couple winters. And it's because of that I feel a particular shame in the way that we've treated both my ancestors and some of yours in the treatment of Aboriginal people in this country for those many, many decades and centuries. And it might not have been them directly, might not have been my ancestors directly, but we also didn't speak out. And as three fathers of Confederation, I'm sure they had a little power on their side, and they could have done something. They could have done something with the outright genocide that was taking place across the country. They could have done something about the cultural genocide that persisted for decades and decades later, till just 25 years ago with the Indian residential school system. They could have done something, and they could have done more. And that fills me with a particular kind of shame that isn't easily shaken away. And I don't know what reconciliation will look like for the City of Toronto. I don't know what that'll look like. But it's important for us to set up an infrastructure, set up a core team that can help us both achieve the vision of what reconciliation looks like for the City of Toronto and execute that, so that we can both fulfill our statement of commitments to the Aboriginal people that this council, not this one, but two councils prior, took on, but also the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I hope to get two things out of this vote today. One is I hope we have unanimous support from this chamber. And if you're not ready to vote for this, to be quite frank, I hope you'll take a walk so that we can have that unanimous support.
Thank you,
And second, I hope that we see the funding come out through the budget discussions, because this is in the unfunded column, and I hope we can move it to the funded one. I would like to thank the Mayor for his support on this throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too would like to express my complete support for the work of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and the local community, the City Manager's Office, the Mayor, and everyone else who's been championing this effort and this initiative. As someone who does not have any family relations that go back to the founding of Confederation, the forging of this nation, as a recent newcomer, I'd say, given the history of settlement in Canada as a settler, I would like to know more about Indigenous history and culture, and I think that it actually sets our country back as Canadians if we don't follow that path and that journey to reconciliation. I have the honor of representing one of the largest Indigenous communities in Toronto. They are oftentimes working in our neighborhoods in the downtown east, graduating from universities in record numbers. Most of the social services and agencies are actually located in Ward 27, and some of them in Ward 28, and some of them across the city. And one thing that has come about in every single conversation with the Indigenous community when we do have a chance to speak to one another is, why is it that they're not seeing more of themselves reflected in the actions and policies of government? And how is it that they are not able to provide some sense of self-determination in the urban environment? And this is always very complicated, because not only are we talking about relationships that stretch back hundreds of years, but we're also talking about systemic, institutionalized, state-sanctioned racism. And that's a very large legacy to unpack, and every single one of us has a piece of it. We've all inherited. Whether you were part of building it or not, we are now all complicit, especially if we don't take action to correct it. So this is why it's absolutely critical when we talk about accessibility and access and equity in the city, is that we don't have people here in the seat of government, in the corridors of City Hall, that actually can respond to the policies in a meaningful way to make sure that those policies can actually create positive, life-transforming outcomes for the communities that it's intended to, then it's really not worth the paper that it's written on. And the number of times that we've sat through the readings of proclamations or perhaps the raising of flags, this is something very meaningful. Not that they are not, because those are certainly symbolic gestures, but this is actually the transformational work that I hope that we can do together. And there will be work. I think there will be a lot of work that will lay ahead of those who will occupy the office. And we're going to have to listen when they do come forward with recommendations and policy changes, when they're asking us to change the structure, the very structure of government and how we govern ourselves and how we make decisions and who we listen to and who we don't. Because it's not even just good enough to set up the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and it's not even just good enough to set up the office. We're going to be given a body of advice that we are now going to be asking them to give us. And if we don't listen, if we don't take action, then all of that will be meaningless. And so this is why it's a very exciting day and an encouraging day. This is a very good initiative, but I know that the hard work in terms of system and culture change that lies ahead requires every single one of us to not just press and vote yes today, but we're going to have to start saying yes a lot more to the requests of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happily and very proudly going to be supporting the recommendations in this report. I want to start by thanking all the drummers, in particular Joseph, who took the day off school, Miigwech. Joe, thank you for taking the day off school, and I hope you enjoy the time at City Council, but Miigwech for coming in today and also leading the smudging ceremony in the chambers. And I'm happily and proudly supporting the recommendations in this report because for me this is kind of the natural continuation of what we've done as a council. And this goes back to 2010 when we looked at the need for reconciliation. We adopted the Statement of Commitment to Aboriginal Communities in Toronto in 2010. We created an Aboriginal employment strategy. We created an Aboriginal education strategy, and we increased the outreach to Aboriginal communities to the city's public appointments process. And in 2014, we declared the year of Truth and Reconciliation, and we adopted 8 key planks in the Truth and Reconciliation platform or process that was approved by the federal government. I was a little surprised, Madam Speaker, a little while ago, one of our colleagues asked if this was going to be a permanent office. I have a strong Aboriginal community in my ward. In Toronto as a whole, we have 35,000 residents that identify as Indigenous. A very strong 35,000 people. 35,000 people that expect, deserve, want, need all of the city services that we try to provide all of our citizens, regardless of their background or gender or where they come from. So I think it's very important that, you know, the office that we're creating is going to be in the city manager's office. I want to thank staff for all of their hard work. I think that having this office in the city manager's office for staff, sends a very strong message to the Indigenous community that we're going to continue to support them with all the resources and necessary staffing that we can bring to bear. The one thing that does concern me about this report is it's below the line. It's not in our budget for 2018. And I hope through the budget process that we're about to undertake and approve in December and January, that we'll see this office fully approved with all of the necessary staffing in next year's budget and each and every budget as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank all the representatives of the Indigenous communities who were here starting this part of the meeting in the beginning. As somebody who settled in this land, as somebody who came as a refugee to this land and settled on this land, I see myself continuing a settlement project, and I think it's very, very important for us to be acknowledging that. We need to be acknowledging our colonial past and the kind of history of colonialism here, but also the kind of continuing legacies of colonialism. And it's important to contextualize this discussion with that. I think, it is very heartening that many of our communities celebrated the 150 years so vibrantly this year. But behind that celebration, there was a lot of information and a lot of truth that was not catered to. In fact, many newcomers who come to this country, many people who come from different parts of the world get very limited exposure to the histories of Indigenous communities. In fact, a few citizenship guide questions to answer for the test, and that's about it. In fact, if you ask many of them, they're very thankful to Canada for giving them the opportunity to succeed, including myself, having been here as a refugee and being able to represent a particular part of Toronto. I'm very thankful, but when you ask them specifically, they would close their eyes and they picture people who are white as the people who gave them this opportunity to succeed, because a long history of the Indigenous communities protecting this land, sharing this land, and making sure that it's economically has been economically sustainable has been forgotten. And so a reconciliation is not a federal issue. Reconciliation may seem like a federal issue, but it has to happen at every level of government. It has to happen at every individual level as well. So I think the city has a phenomenal role. As a city that we pride ourselves as an inclusive and equitable city, we have a phenomenal role of leadership to play in this issue. And I see this office as something that is a milestone. Not just in terms of engaging communities, not just in terms of finding better ways to serve the community, but it is, I'm understanding, is grounded on the principle of right to self-determination, which is very, very important. So this is not another office that is equity-seeking committee office that serve a particular community, but it is actually an office that has the right to self-determination built into it. It directly reports to the city manager's office. But more importantly, it is very important to have the power for this office to be able to interject, the power for this office to be able to advise and be heard when this council makes decisions on many issues. So the accountability is not about the office performing well. The accountability is for us as council to perform well enough to kind of respond to the things that are going to be coming out of the office. So I think if you were to measure accountability, if you were to measure who is performing well, it has to be measuring our council's performance over the next 4 or 5 years as to how we respond to and how we cater to, how we take the advice of this committee. We've seen a page of a playbook where we set up offices, but we actually deliberately under-resource these offices, and then after a few years come back and say these offices are not functional because they're not functional, we should think about removing these offices. And this has gone in cycle in cities, in many systems, and it's very, very important for us to commit meaningful resources into this office to make sure that we are not kind of creating a system of failure to come back and say this didn't work, and so starting from scratch again. So if we are not going to commit a meaningful amount of resources, much more than what is actually being sought in the report, to make sure that this particular office has the kind of function that they can do, I don't see us meaningfully committing just by committing in principle. This is not an act of charity. This is not an act of goodwill of this council doing something to serve a particular community. It is an act of reconciliation. It's an act of justice that is past long overdue, and it's very important for us to contextualize this decision from that point of view. And hopefully there is no savior attitude in us as we pass this particular thing. So I want to say, as somebody who fled a genocide myself, as somebody who's part of a settlement project here, I'm more than happy and in fact proud to support this, but I think the work is just starting, and we need to make sure that there's meaningful commitment to supporting this office in a way that forces the accountability back on us rather than the office itself, and pushes the resources that is necessary towards the office to have meaningful engagement and meaningful advice coming to this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so I'm just going to bring your attention back to the reasons for this establishing this office, and they're in your own summary, but I'll read them to you. To strengthen the city's relationship with Indigenous communities, to develop and implement a reconciliation framework strategy for the city, support the city divisions in the development and implementation of reconciliation initiatives and provision of subject matter expertise, including to support conversations with other levels of government, to assist in the development of Indigenous cultural competency training related education for the Toronto Public Service, to support the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, to track and report on city's progress in responding to the 8th Truth and Reconciliation Priority Calls to Action adopted by this city, to ensure that the city's work with Indigenous communities is in accordance with the city's statement of commitment to the Aboriginal communities of Toronto, to promote Indigenous civic participation and inclusion in the city's decision-making processes, support Indigenous cultural events at the city, and secure funding for Indigenous-related initiatives. So, if you're ever questioning what the workload would be, or what the tasks, what the role of the office is, there you have it. So that's a huge to-do list. And I want to encourage councillors with questions and confusion over this office, including Councillor Campbell, to get involved and reach out and educate yourself and get to know the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, attend a meeting. It's open, it's highly informative and passionate, interesting, and it behooves all of us to attend and support that committee. We just recently ended our Indigenous intern program, but you had an opportunity, councillors, to have an Indigenous intern in your office for 6 months. 4 of us participated in that, and I hope that it continues and more of you can participate and show your support. We're having Indigenous cultural competency training, a motion that the mayor and I moved for all city staff, and also now we're looking at it for councillors' offices and our teams on the 2nd floor. Obviously, some of us need it. Sunrise ceremony, it gets 5:30 in the morning, a little early, but it's good to join that. Beautiful service outside, Nathan Phillips. There are, I think Councillor Layton was saying 3 powwows across the city. Indigenous placemaking in parks, we're working on that now. And so I encourage you, when you're doing a parks renovation, to get involved in that initiative. And also we debated this recently, our new restoration of identity project planned for Nathan Phillips Square. So front and center for all of us. So why would we be questioning this? Why would we be debating about funding or asking other levels of government to be funding it? It's the right thing to do. It's 2017, councillors. This should be a unanimous vote.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to fully support this item, the recommendations. And unlike Councillor Layton, I don't have long family history here in Canada. I'm a first-generation Canadian. But since I've been here, I've heard a lot of things that makes me quite, not quite ashamed, but quite very concerned about how the injustice done to the original inhabitants of these lands has been dragging on for a long, long period of time. Okay. And echoing my colleagues, this should be a unanimous vote to support this recommendation. Because in these council chambers, we move motions to acknowledge things like Armenian genocide, to acknowledge Nanjing massacre that happened in foreign lands. And yet, we should be supporting our indigenous people that were original inhabitants of these lands, to help them have self-determination, as well as to uplift themselves for a better quality of life. So I hope all of us will support this recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Troisi.
I too support the recommendations put forward in this report, especially since they have come through the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and most importantly because they include direction from the City Manager to engage the Indigenous community to ensure that the office and the work that occurs through the office is reflective of the goals of Indigenous community members. Last week, some of our colleagues and I attended Toronto Council's fire event unveiling their Restoration of Identity Legacy project, which involves installation of artworks and structures at Nathan Phillips Square. I was honored to be invited, and while I listened to the stories of shared by survivors, I could see the amount of work that we as governments and officials must do to honor our commitment to our Indigenous residents, and we must commit to building trust and good relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Speaker. Like my good friend, Councillor Layton, my family came to Toronto almost 200 years ago. And my history is a little bit different than Councillor Layton's. When my family came here, my great-grandfather came to Toronto. He met my great-grandmother, who was an Iroquois. And they got married, and I have a little bit of sense of the history from kind of both perspectives. And what we're doing here today is really important. It demonstrates our commitment to building a society where everyone is considered equal, and it certainly builds a society where we acknowledge and respect our heritage and the great land that we live in. And I encourage everyone, I haven't heard anybody actually stand up and speak against the report, perhaps some questions around how to fund it, but I think we all agree that this is the right thing to do, and I encourage everyone to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to say that I think this has been a very thoughtful debate. At the end of a very thoughtful...
One moment. I didn't see your name up there, Councillor Doucette. Okay, Councillor Doucette.
Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Mayor, to interrupt you. I just wanted to stand very quickly and give my 1,000% support to this. I think this is a very important office we need to start. I am honoured to be the City Councillor in an area of Ward 13 which includes High Park and the Humber River. And I have worked for my last 7 years very closely with our local Indigenous groups. We have, I believe, improved several sections of High Park, where we used to have, as one of the young men said to me today, we used to have a bike park within the park, which was an area which First Nations felt was a significant area. We moved it out of the park, and we now actually have an even bigger, better bike skills park. But we work closely. We are doing an avenue study along Bloor Street, which I understand it doesn't go into High Park, but we're going to be working with the Indigenous community along with our residents to make sure that anything we do north of the park doesn't affect the park. So I just want to say I am in full support of this. I look forward to continuing to work with the groups who come to my ward when we meet along, as I say, the Humber River, which is the carrying path, and also in High Park, where they have ceremonies once a year, and it's a very important place for them and for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker, Tory.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, and no problem at all. It's been a thoughtful debate, and I hope that it'll be the first of many, because I don't think that we as a group have spent that much time. I don't know what happened before some of us were here for the first time, but I like Councillor Layton said, I don't know what truth and reconciliation looks like either. But I do know that truth and reconciliation are not just necessary, but they're long overdue, both from the standpoint, I would suggest, Madam Speaker, it's a long overdue recognition of who we are in the broadest sense, starting with the first people who are here, but I think it's also a reflection, a modern-day reflection of who we say we are today, because I think, you know, if you look at who we say we are today and what life in this city in particular and in this country is all about, and some of the, you know, what's the word I'm looking for now, some of the compliments we pay to ourselves in terms of our way of life here, and rightly so in many respects in this day and age, especially with what's going on in the rest of the world, that this is a necessary prerequisite, this whole business of truth and reconciliation. You know, I spent a couple of years, more than 30 years ago, as the Secretary to the Cabinet Committee on Aboriginal Affairs at Queen's Park. And when I look back on it, the discussions there were incredibly dry and technical. There wasn't much about it that had to do with people, it didn't seem, in the sense that what you were talking about was arcane treaty, treaty language and points of law and so on. And I sometimes wonder if it was deliberately meant to be that way, because it was easier to kind of deal with that and spend hours on end in meetings dealing with that sort of thing. And it didn't give you any sense of what the truth was, and it certainly didn't move you any way down the road to any kind of reconciliation with issues that then, even then, all that time ago, long before our Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we knew existed. I got a better sense of this when I had a chance to go to 3 remote villages when I was the leader of the opposition at Queen's Park, and all you have to do is go to see a school that's been closed for 3 years because of some leaks and just not fixed. And the kids don't have a school. And if down here, that would last about 3 days, let alone 3 years. Or go to a house and see that the roof shingles were used to patch up the window that was broken and nobody would fix it. Or go to the grocery store and see that wilted broccoli was $12. And that then you were told at the next visit to the health clinic, 50% of the people in those villages suffer from diabetes because they can't eat properly. And so that started to open my eyes, but what opened my eyes more was when I went last summer of 2016 up to Bearskin Lake, specifically as part of Truth and Reconciliation, and listened to the survivors who told the stories about in their own lives being taken out of their communities at age 4 or 5 and sent somewhere far away. And not only did they suffer abuse, which we know about now, but also they were literally forbidden to speak their own language, to the point where when they came home, they couldn't talk to their own grandparents. And that's just one small example of stories that they would tell you and your mouth would be hanging open, thinking about the fact this was Canada, and it was Canada not very long ago. And so this office is not going to resolve that problem. But I think back to the point that I heard Councillor Layton making, it's going to start to give us an idea, if we're prepared to listen to the people and in turn listen to the people that they listen to, as to what we have to do to bring a measure of equity, to bring a measure of justice, to address some of the issues that our substantial community of urban Aboriginals, who are in many respects a long way from the people that I met in those remote villages, to see what we're going to have to do to address those issues. And so I obviously strongly support the establishment of this office and other things we're going to have to do arising out of the establishment of the office. The office establishment is a beginning. And I want to just conclude, Madam Speaker, and I apologize, I will just take, I've already had 17 seconds into that extra minute you're kind enough to give me sometimes. I want to thank the members of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee who are here, and I want to thank Councillor Layton, who is I think he's the co-chair of that committee with Francis Sanderson, has done a lot of the work that led us to be here today and to have a concrete proposal in front of us from that committee and from our staff. And the second thing I want to say, responsive to something he said as well, I indicated this, I think, when I spoke at the Canadian Club a week or so ago. I strongly support and will strongly support the inclusion of the money necessary to establish this office in the budget. The budget has now just been turned over to us to do those things that we believe need to be done, and this is one that's very important to me, and I will do everything I can to make sure it is included, and that will allow us to go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. You actually had another 30 seconds because that clock wasn't working properly. Yeah, sometimes one is working, one isn't working. Okay, so on the item, on EX 29.36, recorded vote.
The item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Tory?
Madam Speaker, you'll recall that what we are going to do now with the concurrence of council is to ask Tashunga Sugar to come back and join us again and to perform a closing prayer. May I ask, Madam Speaker, the members of council rise for the closing prayer?
Hello, everybody. I will now share my prayer with you and just close this in the right way. Tankashila, Grandfather Creator, I give thanks for this good day. I give thanks for my son. I give thanks for his health, for his love, for his happiness. I give thanks for Mother Earth and the things that she provides us, the food, the water, the four-leggeds and the winged ones. Tankashila, I want to pray today. I want to pray for good relations, Tankashila. I want to pray for strength, for happiness, for courage, for bravery, and for happiness and love for our people, for the people in this room, Tankashila. Tankashila, I would also like to pray for truth. I would like to pray for true reconciliation. And I would like to pray for the restoration of the identity and the nationhood of our peoples, of our indigenous peoples. Tankashila, I would also like to pray for sacred hoops. I pray that you put sacred hoops around my people, my community, my family members, and the people in this room and their family members as well. And Tankashila, I would also like to ask and pray to put a sacred hoop around this office when this office comes about, Tankashila. And I pray that you take any bad thoughts, any bad energy, and any anger, and you take that and you put it where it won't hurt anybody, Tankashila. And I pray for happiness. I pray for love. And I pray for our people to be strong as ever. Tankashila, Grandfather Creator, Wamagashka Oyasin, Mitaki Oyasin, all my relations. Thank you. So I had said my prayer, and now I want to say thanks. I want to give thanks. I want to give thanks first and foremost to my auntie, Andrea Christian. I would like to give thanks to Jeffrey Schiffer. I would like to give thanks to Councillors Wong Tam, to Councillor Layton, to Councillor McMahon, and also Mayor John Tory for having us here and for letting us be here and open this and close this in a great way. This is a huge step in the right direction, and I'm honored. I'm honored to be here, and I'm honored to be a part of this and to witness history. So thank you again, guys. Thanks.
Members, I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name under request to question staff. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 5, EX 29.41, status of suite metering in rental buildings in Toronto. I'd like to release it.
Okay. On page 5, EX 2941, Councillor Davis is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Recorded?
So this.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Fletcher. And Councillor Mihevc, thank you.
Councillor Rajamari, please. Councillor Layton, when you're seated, please. Councillor Carroll, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 4, EX 29.17, creation of a new property tax class for creative co-location facilities. I can release that.
Recorded. Pardon? Recorded vote? Okay, on page 4, EX 2917, Councillor Cressy is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
The item is adopted 36 to 2.
Okay. Are there any further releases? Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, page 8, it's that Winona one. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. PW 25.6, parking time limit, Winona Drive. I'm happy to release that.
Okay, on page 8, PW 25.6, Councillor Robinson held it. Oh, so you just release it? Oh, there is an amendment that Councillor Robinson moved, so on the amendment, all in favor? Okay, item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay. Now, we have some members' motions to be added. So who's first? Councillor DiCiano.
I'll do it for him. I'll do it for him. You put it on the screen?
Yeah, you're the seconder, so you can, there it is. Okay?
So with regard to a above-ground parking deck at Kipling Avenue, it's urgent.
Okay, all in favor, carried. Councillor Mihevc.
I just did it.
You'll see when you get it. Councillor Mihevc, you're up.
Yes, thank you. As it says there, committee adjustment decision, and it's urgent. The deadlines are imminent.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Grimes, would you like to introduce mine?
Sure, love to.
You did the
In regard to Jane Street's a liquor license for Jazz's Grill, it's urgent.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Is that it? Councillor Aljamari?
It's you.
Yeah, but... Yes?
Which one?
It's up there.
Thank you. Yes. Very kind of you.
It's so urgent she forgot.
On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. So we will now return to item CD 24.7 on the 2018 Shelter Infrastructure Plan. If we can put the list on the screen, please. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I'll be very brief. And the motion is coming onto the screen now.
Or not.
Or not. Essentially, it's to ask for staff. I haven't committed to memory. I don't have that. That City Council requests General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to work with operators to review resources available to 24-hour women's drop-in programs to address overcrowding, including using resources from the Central Toronto Local Health Integrated Network, and report back to Community Development and Recreation in the first quarter of 2018. What we've been facing in our community in particular is we have one of the first 24-hour drop-ins that's funded for about 20 people. Now, what we've actually seen in reality is because this is one of only a handful of places where women can go to feel safe when they're out on the street, that in fact they're functioning more at a 50 to 60 person capacity every night. And just to put into perspective, this isn't a shelter. They have chairs and they have a floor. That's where people sleep. If you don't get there to get a chair, you're sleeping on the floor. This isn't even mats. This is for women that don't have anywhere else to go and our shelter beds are full. This is where they go. Sistering won't turn them away. And good for them. They shouldn't, because there's nowhere else for them. This is where, when women get released from hospital with mental health or addiction issues, and the police have nowhere to take them, they take them here. This is where women go when they're fleeing abuse and they show up on John Street and they say, you know what, there's no women-only shelters. This is where they go. They don't have anywhere else. So sistering can't turn them away. The problem is, when you have 50 or 60 people in a space that's resourced for 20, there's obvious conflicts that arise. There's not enough places to sit, let alone get the rest of the resources and services that you need to find permanent housing, or to get the documentation you need to receive other services across the city. They need that support. This is the front line of the front line of the front line. There is no more front line than this. So if we're not resourcing them properly, then we've got a really big problem on our hands. Now, their issue with their overcrowding stems from the fact that our women's shelters, our family shelters, all of our shelter system is taxed beyond belief. And we need to do everything we can to address that. I know some steps have been mentioned in the motion before us. Some more are coming here that I will also support. But we need to be doing all we can to address this crisis that our city is facing. I hope you'll support this motion, because this will help the front of the front line services ensure that they're meeting the needs of the city's most vulnerable people.
Thank you. You have a question? Okay, just one sec, just one sec. Okay, question, Councillor Mihevik.
Sorry, I didn't see them. Could you put the motion up again?
Can we
There's
put the
just one
motion on
word.
the screen, please?
You asked for a report back in the first quarter. There's a report coming back in the second quarter where a lot of issues are being pulled together. Would you be willing to just change first quarter to second quarter?
It'll be after the winter, but sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
Thank you, Speaker. Listening to what the councillor had to say, what do resources mean? So it sounds like a room for 21 people with some chairs. So what are you looking for, Councillor Layton?
Well, they also have other services within the facility. They do some food programs. They also have counseling programs. They help people access services to ensure they can get off the street. They help them find either other shelters or other necessary programs to help them. One thing in particular that's been cited over and over again is they could sure use some mental health supports. So by way of counselors or a mental health nurse practitioner in order for them to deliver critical services to the population that they serve.
So they got a nurse and or a practitioner. Are you looking for another one? Is that what it is?
I believe what they were looking for is one.
So what's different from 21 people to 50 that would prompt an additional nurse?
So it's more people involved, more demands being put on the staff that they currently have.
Just, okay. All right. Thank you.
And sure, more chairs, if that's what you want to
Is
say.
it money?
If you think that all they deserve is a chair, then yeah, 12 more chairs, Councillor.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
No, 12 more chairs. If you want to make it specific, why don't we ask for it? Why don't we give everyone a chair?
Councillor Lane, please, Councillor Holliday, can you ask a question on clarification of the motion?
Yeah, I asked what resources mean, and I sort of got some yelling about chairs, but hey, look.
You asked specifically what was in the room. Not enough chairs.
No,
But
you
beyond that, what they need is mental health nurses. And I gave you a very specific answer, and what you said is, what do they need more?
Okay. No, I asked to explain what resources are, and
I believe I
never got a
explained
straight
it,
answer.
Councillor, repeatedly.
Oh.
You just didn't like the answer.
Very defensive. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Davis, please. All right, so now we'll go to, okay, but Councillor Bylaw, you put your name. Okay, well, put your name where it says request a question. Okay, Councillor Perks, now you have a question. Okay, Councillor Perks.
In terms of the timing of your motion, I do feel that there is real urgency around this, and I know Councillor Mihevik asked you to consider changing the report to the second quarter. I was wondering if you could instead encourage someone to move that as an amendment so I have the opportunity to vote for the report to come quickly, rather than wait to the second quarter.
I don't believe that you've spoken yet, Councillor Perks, but I could recommend that you make that motion,
Oh,
and
but I
would
wouldn't
gladly,
want to.
I would gladly support it.
I wouldn't want to move an amendment making it come to the second quarter. So I was
So
wondering-
to the first quarter.
Okay, I'll do it that way.
I thought you were.
Yep, I'll do it that way.
My apologies. Can I ask you a question? Were you?
So let me know. I got to ask the
Oh,
question.
Councillor Lane, come on, please.
So, my question was
Please.
this: you made a commitment to Councillor Mihevik that you would change your motion to make it the second quarter. My preference would be that you leave your motion as is, and if someone wants to move an amendment to yours, that it become the second quarter. That way, I could vote no on that, and your original suggestion would stand. Would you be amenable to that approach?
Councillor, you've put me in an awkward position. On
I
the
know
one
I
hand,
did. It's an awkward issue.
On my one left hand, I have my good friend Councillor Perks asking for a friendly amendment. On my other left hand, I have my good friend Councillor Mihevik asking
Oh, no, I think
for
you have a left
an
and a
amendment.
right hand in this instance.
Okay, Councillor Layton, so you made a commitment to Councillor Mihevik, right? Thank you. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a very quick question because I know exactly why Councillor Layton moved this motion, because the drop-in center that he talks about is basically on the border of his area and our area. And Councillor Layton, I just want to confirm that because of the overcapacity, understaff that we have in some of our shelters, we find that many of the users end up not having the services provided. They end up, at the Tim Hortons close by, at the doors, because they don't all fit in the drop-in because they don't have the services. Is that some of the scenarios that we have in our neighborhood right now?
Well, yes, I think that you have a pretty good understanding of the services provided by a 24-hour drop-in compared to some of our colleagues.
And I don't mind joining you, but for anybody that doesn't understand this situation, I am sure that you would glad join me in taking any of our colleagues to see what we're talking about firsthand, correct?
I sure would.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have any motions, but I just wanted to flag, Madam Speaker, that there are a couple of motions here that speak to checking into our data gathering, asking for data gathering, asking for how we can find out this miracle information about why people in full shelters aren't making it to shelters with lots of room. We have heard in this chamber, within this term of office, I think as recently as last winter, less than 12 months ago, we know that the difference between 5,400 spaces and 5,600 spaces, when you're down to that small a percentage, it's tantamount to zero. It might as well be zero. We've heard that before from our expert staff. I can't understand why we're still scratching our heads. It's a shame that the chair of community development is in the room right now, or I'd be looking straight at him. He has heard in his committee, as well as in this chamber, that when you get down to 200 throughout the system, and you have situations such as Councillor Layton has just described, we have the best technology sitting at Peter Street, but it doesn't replace actual spaces, actual beds, actual extra shelters, and it doesn't address an emergency such as is presented at the front door of Sistering every night, such as is presented at any full shelter. So you can say that on the books I have 200 beds, but it doesn't help you. It's the same as if you're standing in a store Christmas shopping and it's on the computer, it says here, you have the pair of shoes I want. Where are they? Why can't I have them right now? I need them here. I need them now. That's not where they are, so I'm sorry, but the computer says the space is here. But if someone is presenting at the door of a shelter and you know that when you say to them, oh, there is a place for you, there is one bed left, and it's on the other side of the town, and the condition of that person standing in front of you as the intake is such that you know they might not live, or they will come to perilous harm getting to the other place, you're not going to send them. They're going to stay where they are. You're going to find a way to keep them warm that night. And that's why saying you're down to 200 is tantamount to saying you're full, you've got none left. Because you have to factor in the reality of the client that is before you now. And so I'm inclined to vote against these motions about, hey, what's wrong with our computer information system? What is wrong with our perception of reality that we can't get what our staff have now been telling us for 3 years? That when you get down to there's only 2% left, it's the same when you're at 97% as if we were at 110%. In reality, that's how it's playing out in the shelters where the folks are presenting themselves. That's why we're having this conversation. You don't need a new computer, you need spaces. And right now, you need emergency space. Many of the spaces contained in Councillor Mihevic's motions, for all his passion and all his good intentions, will not in the first few weeks do everything we need them to do. I'll be supporting the motion, but with grave concern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Wong Tam, you're up. No. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do have two motions I'd like to put on the screen. The first one is to amend Councillor Mihevic's motion, his paragraph number 1, and to ensure that this plan includes the opening of 1,000 new shelter beds rather than drop-in beds to meet the standard of 90% shelter occupancy across all sectors, including low-threshold harm reduction-focused shelters. Also to amend his paragraph number 7 to ensure that we can put cots in some of the warming facilities and respite centers where we can, and to make sure that spaces are dedicated for women and gender non-binary people. And also to amend paragraph number 9 and to strike out the word spaces. So therefore, we have a target of providing 400 beds as soon as possible and not spaces. Following that, I'd like to introduce a second entire motion. The first one, some of these clauses are to be taken back out of the CDR recommendations that Councillor Mihevic struck out with his motion. One is to identify a new site for a new family-specific year-round 24-hour drop-in and referral center and have that come back in the first quarter of 2018. Recommendation number 2, 3, 4 is also language that came directly out of the CDR report that was before CDR, and it came from staff. I'm introducing clause number 5, which is a new clause, which is to make sure that all the work carried out by SSHA is going to ensure that women and gender non-binary people have equitable access to these services, and we do that with an intersectional gender lens. Number 6 is that City Council direct the City Manager to formally request and submit an operational proposal to the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence to open the armories and any other available federal buildings by the end of 2017 for the purpose of providing temporary shelter beds and supports for the homeless, including at least 100 beds allocated for women and gender non-binary people to complement any provincial and local efforts with their unique capabilities, including military personnel and equipment. And Madam Speaker, I recognize that this is a very important issue before this council today. I recognize that there are a lot of good people trying to do good work, including the mayor, including Councillor Mihevic, and that's not to be taken for granted. I recognize that we all want to get to a good place, and that includes the adoption of 400 new beds somewhere within the system. How we get there, we seem to have a deviation of plans. Some people have said we can put in more shelter beds with additional flex beds in overcrowded spaces. Perhaps we can open up more warming centers and let them sleep there, but we know that they don't provide any mats, any chairs, but how can we actually make sure that they can have actual beds? There's also the request that we would go back and take a look at whether or not all of this can be done. Now, in the line of questioning to staff, we asked a number of questions. Those questions, we were trying to get to how many beds do we need? How many current permanent beds do we have? How many beds have you built over the last 2 years that are not replacement beds, that are new beds? And then how many beds are actually motel beds? I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but what I heard was a number of answers. And it seemed to change and deviate from time to time. And I don't know if you got as confused as I did, but I certainly did. But this is what I do know that's before us. We have people who are sleeping on grates. They are literally everywhere. We have people who are falling asleep at Tim Hortons, nursing that very empty paper cup of non-existent coffee because they have no place to go. We have seen people age, like get older on the street. I've been here for 7 years. I've been walking over the same people for 7 years, asking them every now and then, are you okay? Can I help you? And they said, I got no place to go. When I ask them about going to a shelter, they say the same thing to me every single time. It's crowded, it's full, it's got bed bugs, I don't feel safe. We have a crisis in this city. And you're seeing it. We can do something about it, or we can bunt it down. What Councillor Layton is seeing in his community I'm seeing in my community. You're seeing it in your community. They're seeing it on the front lines of their work. We cannot delay this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. I have to remind people of jazz hands. Councillor Karagianis, you're on the speakers list, and there is only one other speaker, so if you're listening on the microphone, Councillor Karagianis, 1 second, please. Councillor Davis?
I have questions of the mover.
Oh, okay. 1 second, please. So, Councillor Karagianis, if you're listening on the microphone, I have a question of the mover and one more speaker, and you will miss your chance to speak if we ring the bells. Okay. Councillor Davis, you have a question of Councillor Wong Tam?
Just wondered if Councillor Wong Tam could clarify a couple of things. We've been given all kinds of information about the armory and how it can't work, and I wonder if you could just comment on that.
Yes, I can, Councillor. I've just received a note from the federal government. That note specifically outlines that the Canadian Armed Forces stands ready to offer assistance to support civilian authorities, and that's us, including the use of the armories as shelters if we need them. The only thing we have to do at this order of government is to submit a formal request and a proposal, and they will sit down, evaluate, and work with us. So it is entirely possible.
Secondly, I just wondered, the 1,000 spaces that we need, I know that there have been different numbers, and I'm still struggling a bit to understand what permanent beds are in the proposal, in the amended motion. Could you clarify the 1,000-bed proposal and why Community Development Committee supported that?
Thank you very much. That number was hard to come by, and I have to admit that it was very blurry as we were trying to ask staff, how many beds do they have, how many beds do they need, what is the overflow, what's the deficit. And this is what I have concluded based on what staff have told me and based on the information I've gathered from the local communities and sources. We have 5,651 beds. We have over 1,300 of those beds actually are motel rooms, which brings us to an actual real bed count to 4,351 beds. Last night, over 5,382 people slept in those beds, combination of permanent and motel rooms. That tells us that over 1,031 people slept in the shelter system. Sorry, over 1,031 beds were part of the deficit. Those are beds that did not exist. So they're actually motel rooms. The other thing we know, as the Out of the Code program, which is a temporary program, was never supposed to be a permanent program, was 447 beds. And they're actually not beds, they're just mats on the floors of churches and synagogues. There's about 500 people sleeping rough on the street right now. 172 of those flex beds in our shelters are full. And we have 240 people using our warming centers, which we now know are shelters. So in total, there's 2,390 required beds that we need today.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Wong Tam, I just, with relations to the armories, you are looking to have an option available? I mean, because if there's other solutions that we can put at the table, you wouldn't oppose to that, correct?
I'm open to all sorts of solutions, Councillor. I think what I'm troubled by with the proposal and the plan that Councillor Mihevc has put forward is that the community of frontline workers, these are the folks that work directly with people with lived experience, directly on the shelter front lines, are saying the proposal doesn't work for them. Don't Don't force more beds into an overcrowded situation. Do not introduce warming centers and turn them into de facto shelters just because they're easier for us to open. That's what the community is saying, and that's what I'm responding to. I've got over 30, I think I have 1,200 shelter beds in Ward 27. They're all full. And this is why when you're walking to work and why people are shopping around Eaton Center is that they're literally walking over people because they can't get into those facilities.
Okay, so it's about having other facilities other than the existing shelter. So it could be armories, and the armories comes up very often because they have been used before.
It could be armories.
It could be other locations, as long as they're suitable as well. So I'm saying this because staff told us we're looking at the armories and we're looking at other locations as well. You have no problem with other locations as well and the armories, whatever there's a space that could fit.
That's right, Councillor. And I would say we should turn over every single effort to make this happen, whether it's community centers after programming hours when nobody's using it. We're talking about making the most of any different type of city asset, provincial asset, or government assets. What I was advised by the federal representative is that if it's a federally owned building, if it's the armory, they will make it available as long as they see from us a formal request plus a proposal. They'll sit down, evaluate the plan, and they're willing to put out personnel as well as equipment to help us. They are listening to this debate. They know what we
Okay,
need.
please, no applause. Okay, thank you. When we're asking questions, we ask questions. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the situation on our streets today, hopefully tomorrow will be a little different, and in the past, is one of crisis. We have people that are living on the street, on the sidewalks above grades in order to keep warm, and we have people that have lost their homes, people that are in the process of migrating and trying to find a home, and it's our responsibility, not as only as municipal politicians, not only as provincial or federal, in order to come up with solutions. For years and years and years, the federal government was not at the table with the housing policy. It is with great notice that we see that they're coming back to the table with the intention of getting into housing and helping the homeless people find a home, find a place where they can stay. Having a home and a place that you call home and having a bed which is your own and having a roof over your head is very important because it gives you pride. It also helps you be motivated to look for work, and it also gets you motivated to have to be a productive member of our society. A lot of people sometimes say, versus giving a handout, give a hand up. And I say to you, Madam Speaker, that if we were to look at that situation and work with our other levels of government, this will certainly give the people a hands up. However, I do take exception to a couple of our colleagues, and especially colleagues that say that the refugees are the ones that are causing this panic. I've heard from one of our colleagues that knows absolutely nothing about immigration, saying that when the Syrian refugees came in, I got news for you folks, they were not refugees. The people that we brought into Canada, they were landed immigrants. They were refugees leaving Syria. They came with proper paperwork. They were landed immigrants. Next year, at the same time, when 3 years go up, they will have the opportunity to apply for citizenship. And when they apply for citizenship, they will have the full right to run for office and help people elect office. So this myth about the Syrians, calling them refugees, it is just that, a myth. They came in properly landed. They did not come to Canada seeking refuge. They did not come to Canada in order to be processed within. So when I hear Councillor Burnside saying that these folks were refugees, I totally disagree with him. Now, blaming the refugees for the problems that we have today in shelters and overhousing. These are landed immigrants. They have all the right that you and I and everybody else in this room has, and all the people that are around us, in order to have that particular claim if they're homeless. The situation, however, that we need to make sure for is that we work not only with the federal government, the provincial, and also ourselves. So when I hear people and say, well, we got to ask the provincial government and the federal government to see what stock they have in order to help us house people. And when I don't hear us saying that, look, we also have buildings, we also have stock that we can use in order to house these people. And when I only hear that, well, let's only use the armories in order to put these people in. Wait up. It's not only the armories that are available. It's not only the provincial and the federal government that have inventory. We also have inventory. Yes, I realize that we're going to hotels. But I'll tell you, if we do a soul searching and if we do a searching of our institutions and what we have, you will find out that we can use our places just as easily. I'll give you an example. Enercare Place at the exhibition. That's a huge place. And yet, I don't hear any one of us say, let's put the people in there at the winter time when there's a crisis. We'll just say, let's go to the armory. That's an easy way out. Let's go to the armory. That's fine. And the federal government, should be at the table. But in the same token, we have inventory. We have stocks of building that we have not utilized. So as a city, we have to do whatever we can. Let's just not bury our heads in the sand and say the responsibilities with the federal government. That responsibility, Councillor Mammoliti, is not with the federal government. We all are responsible. It's not that we only pay for it or they pay for it. At the end of the day, that 8% that you say that we get, and you mentioned that figure, it was totally wrong. So if you know nothing about immigration,
Okay,
if you don't
Councillor,
know,
please do not speak directly to Councillor Mammoliti.
you do.
Through the
Thank you,
chair,
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Councillor.
my time's running out. I thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. As promised, I am going to be moving to amend Councillor Layton's motion back to the first quarter, so that motion will be in front of you. This place can be numbing. We have difficult conversations here every month. We have hundreds of them every day as an elected council. And that numbing, relentless pressure to try to solve problems in complex circumstances can make us forget a few fundamentals. One fundamental that we can forget is that despite everything else we do here, there are moments when we have life and death questions, and today is one of those days. There is a life and death difference between the motion that Councillor Mihevc moved and what Councillor Wong-Tam has put forward. There is a life and death difference there. We have a duty as this council to wake ourselves up, to shake off the fact that we make tough decisions every day, that there's often not a win-win-win, but we often have to make a decision where there's a winner and a loser, and it's hard. We have to shake ourselves out of that state and ask this simple question. If you could do more to make sure there are fewer people sleeping on the streets of the City of Toronto, wouldn't you do it? That's actually the question. That's the very simple question that's in front of us. And Councillor Wong-Tam has put a number of motions in front of us that allow us to do more. Now, in debates and in the work that we do, there are often a lot of reasons for why doing a particular thing or trying to solve a problem a particular way seems impossible. And sometimes we start to believe it's impossible. We start to think we can't solve the problems with homelessness. The fact of the matter is that we won't. We can spend more money on this problem than we currently spend. We choose not to. We can approach the federal government and ask them to open up the armories, which has been done before. We've chosen not to. We can challenge our staff to deliver reports to us faster. We are choosing not to. I remind you, the city manager has broad discretionary powers in allocating resources to hire consultants to solve problems fast. I believe it's $250,000 under his pen. We have reserve accounts designed specifically to make sure in a moment of crisis we're able to deliver the services and the quality of life that people elect us to deliver. I want to also remind you, when we were designing our climate plan, we did a bunch of work on what to do in an emergency. We did work with the emergency office saying what happens if the temperature gets too hot and large numbers of housing units are uninhabitable. Would we be able to accommodate those people? And guess what? We actually have plans on how to accommodate people in a real emergency. And you know what else? This is a real emergency. If you do not vote for what Councillor Wong Tam is putting in front of us, don't tell yourself you did it because we can't. The simple fact of the matter is, if you vote that down, you're doing it because you won't. Further, I want to tell you right now that if Councillor Wong Tam's amendments to Councillor Mihevic's motion do not pass, I am not voting for Councillor Mihevic's motion. I am not voting to delete the recommendations that came out of the Community and Development Committee. Those recommendations were informed by the frontline staff, by the people who live this life, and as staff told me in answers to my questions a few hours ago, those frontline experts are the true experts and have contributed an awful lot to the current design of the system that we have. They've helped us to see how to solve problems. Let's trust them again. Let's trust them again to remind us of the difference between can't and won't. Let's decide that we will.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll begin by placing my motion, which I'll speak to in a moment. Let me begin by saying that we deal, of course, with many matters at City Council. In my work, none more important, as I believe, than this. I should begin by saying that I think we are trying, and our staff are trying, and in this chamber we are trying, and in trying we are taking some important steps. Expanding the number of drop-ins as we've done this winter from 2 to 5 and extending the year is an important step. We're trying. And on that basis, the motion come forward to add another one is important. The 10-year plan to build shelter spaces, permanent shelter spaces, and the motion to bring forward 3 of those next year instead of in 2019, including one of them, I should say, in my ward that I know of, is important. We're trying. And I want to say to our staff in Shelter Support and Housing Administration who are here, and I say this as somebody whose mother used to be the GM of SSHA, I know that they are hardworking, they are professional, and they care, and they are indeed trying. And I say that while we are trying and taking really important steps, what I am also hearing and seeing on the ground in my community are people who are struggling despite our best efforts. That the 24-hour women's drop-in programs, like Sistering in my community, we have women who are sleeping on the floor. That it is for a capacity of 30 and they have 60 people there every night, and people line up to get a chair and others are sleeping on the floor. That our faith leaders in the Out of the Cold programs in churches and synagogues have told us, and I've heard from them in my ward, that it is the worst situation they see right now that they have ever seen in decades. That I have shelters like University Settlement in my community by the AGO, where they are telling me that increasingly the homeless and street-involved population using their emergency services is a different clientele than it used to be. It's skewing younger. Because of the overdose crisis, people are dying there. And so, as much as I think we are taking really important steps, there is an acknowledgement I have that the system as a whole is not functioning. That on every step, that our emergency drop-ins, we have expanded them, but we expanded them this year and they're already at capacity. That our Out of the Cold system as an emergency measure is over capacity. That our shelters, that as we add new shelters, we can't get the occupancy rate down. They're at capacity. That the waiting list for transitional housing, which is provincially funded inadequately, is 8 years long. That the waiting list for affordable housing is growing every year and has been growing every year. And so you take that all together with the reasons we've heard, that we have global instability that's resulting in increased demand, that we have a rental housing market that is provoking and proving to be resulting in increased demand, that we have increasing poverty that's increasing demand, and we have an overdose crisis that is killing people in our shelters. You take all that together and you say, despite our best efforts, we are still collectively failing, that people in increasing numbers are still dying because of homelessness. Now, should this be our challenge alone? Absolutely, it should not be. GTA municipalities don't do what we do. They should. Other municipalities in the GTA need to step up. That when there's global instability and we open up our borders as we should, that the federal government doesn't then respond to help us take care, that is a failure on their part. They should. That the provincial government has a cap of 35% on the amount of money they provide us on the shelter side, that they have that cap, and they've also got rid of the stabilization reserve. They need to deal with that. That the provincial government, through the LHINs, need to give more mental health resources. That is a failure. And so we collectively should and must call on all others to do their part. But it does seem to me that if they fail to act, we have a moral obligation to act. Because if they don't step up, as the city, as is always the case as cities, we are the last line. Therefore, we must. And so we have to do more on every front. And while there are important steps that are being brought forward, and I will be supporting Councillor Mihevic's motion as important steps, those steps don't get us to 90%. And for that reason, bolder action is still necessary. And if the armories aren't ideal, then open up other facilities, but we can't just say no. And so I will be supporting Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, just as I will be supporting Councillor Mihevic's, because there is no more important task than this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the problem, because I just think that so that I can stand as others have done, and really I don't need to echo what they've said or repeat the statistics they've offered, and I've also seen it, because I have, as mayor, gone out to the temporary facilities, to the permanent facilities, and visited them, so I understand better, and talked to many of the people who are using the shelter system. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge as well, because I think it's very important, the contribution to the nature of the problem that has been made by the fact that we have the global instability and we haven't had as much help as we might, given all of that, and certainly something that I talk about often, many of us do, which is mental health and addiction and related issues, which have contributed greatly to where we are today. So I think I wanted to start to just simply by acknowledging the problem. Then I want to acknowledge what I believe my own responsibility is. I am one mayor, but as part of a council of 45, because these decisions are made by us collectively. And I think my responsibility is to work with the city staff, work with outside people who will give us advice, and anybody else, and to develop a response to the problem, which can be brought to council, which boils down in the end to one thing, which is doing the right thing the right way. Doing the right thing the right way. So in my case, this started way back in the spring of this year, and I think others who've been very involved in this will acknowledge that I asked at that time, knowing that we were heading towards the winter, but not knowing the situation would be as it is, I asked that we get started then on a more robust winter program, because I didn't want to be in a situation where we were behind from the first day. And that program came forward and was approved here, and it did result in additional resources being made available, as has been acknowledged a couple of times in the last few minutes. It did acknowledge, it did extend the season that was covered by that program, and so on. And I think it's important. I did ask at that time that we do everything we can, and steps have been taken to try to expedite some of the projects that we have to come on stream by way of permanent new shelter beds. I think the number is 291. Next year, that the construction on those be expedited, and some steps have been taken to try and speed that up. And as well, that we try to move some things from 2019 into 2018 if we could. So then, when more recently the capacity numbers appeared to be heading to a place that we could not accept, and they'd been at a place for some time that obviously we could not accept given the council-approved 90% occupancy limit, I asked that staff come together with me, and they'd been obviously engaged in this, and to discuss all the things that had been discussed publicly by the people that Councillor Perks refers to, Madam Speaker. So they talked about an emergency power, and I'm not going to dwell on that, but I will simply say every single one of these things I put to the people we rely upon, not only on our own city staff, and if we can't rely on them, not exclusively, but if we can't rely on them ultimately to help us to take the best advice, to do the right thing in the right way, then I don't know who you're supposed to rely on. I mean, because I don't think there's any one group you should rely on to the exclusion of others. So I asked about the emergency power, and I was told, as we heard, I won't put words in our mouth, our city solicitor say earlier on today, this was not the most appropriate law, the way it's written, for me to use or for us to use to address this, especially when council was meeting a number of days later. We addressed then the options, including the armories. And I want to say one thing very clearly. If our staff or the people that I sought advice from outside, who are just as concerned with homelessness as some of the others, had said to me, the armories is the best option, I assure you I would have not waited to go back to my office. I would have pulled my phone out of my pocket and called the Minister of Defence and said, we need the armories. But I wasn't told that. I was told, in fact, that the armories were down the list, and I've never said they were an option that would never be used, but in terms of what we would do in the immediate short term to address the problem as quickly as possible, we should do those measures first. And that has included, by the way, to speak to the point that Councillor Karygiannis spoke to a moment ago, a rigorous search through our own city buildings. And I've personally been involved in discussions about what we could be doing with some of those buildings, which we may even be able to bring on stream without making a proposal to the federal government, because we own those buildings. They're ours, and there won't be, for example, a time limit that is placed on those. And then we came to the other measures, Madam Speaker, and having heard about the armours being down the list, I said, well, what's above that on the list? And I won't repeat all the measures that have been discussed here at some length that really make up the substance of Councillor Mihevic's motion, which of course I'll be supporting. And the things that perhaps haven't been emphasized as much beyond the motel additional capacity, beyond the finding the shelter beds within shelter standards, and may I emphasize that, because in no circumstance did anybody contemplate doing anything that wasn't within the shelter standards established by us. And I'll just take that minute if I can, Madam Speaker. We also talked about accelerating 2018 and 2019 projects. We talked about an additional winter respite that could be established, subject to finding a location, and something that hasn't been talked about very much, that I will call in, as we now have proceeded to do, to bring industry and nonprofit and rental accommodation people in to my office to say, can you help us find, ideally, a large number of units we could allocate to people who are ready to go to housing from the shelter system, which will achieve two significant benefits. One, they get into proper housing, and two, it frees up spaces in the shelter system. And so I don't have time to go on to all the other things that make up what I think is a program that is appropriate, and it doesn't rule out the other things. It simply says, let's get these things done, and we will then take stock of where we are. I'll just finish by saying that I think it is essential, and I've taken steps, I've spoken twice to the Minister of Housing provincially, who has been quite responsive to my calls. I think he's a breath of fresh air up there, and he doesn't just say, yeah, and I'll call you back. He's actually, I think, working on some of the things Councillor Cressy referred to. And I've spoken to both the Premier and to the federal people and written to them, I think, as you know, about maybe getting some additional help with the people that are the result of the global instability who have come here to stay with us in Toronto. And certainly, I've been speaking regularly and will continue to speak regularly about mental health, where I think it is a scandal what's going on, and it contributes hugely to this problem. And so I urge colleagues to vote for Councillor Mihevic's motion. It doesn't rule anything out. But I'm also not going to vote for some of the other motions at this point in time, because I think we should get this done first and then see where we go from there in terms of what we have to do in order to address this problem effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, so we will now vote. Our first motion will be 6A by Councillor Wong Tam. Okay. Recorded vote. We're already voting, Councillor Mihevc.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Perruzza.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Our next one is motion number 1 by Councillor Mihevc. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 39 to 3.
Motion 2A by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Cole, please.
I don't. Councillor Wong-Tam and Councillor Shiner, please. Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, your vote, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 14 to 28.
Motion 2B by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Shan.
Motion 2B carries 32 to 10.
Motion 2C by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Motion 2C does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
Motion 3A by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner.
Motion 3A carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Motion 3B by Councillor Pasternak, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Davis, thank you. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
Motion 3B carries 37 to 5.
Motion 4 by Councillor Fletcher, as revised. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 4 carries 37 to 5.
Motion 7 by Councillor Perks, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please and thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Shiner, Councillor DiGiorgio, and Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Shiner.
Motion 7 carries 32 to 10.
Motion 5 revised by Councillor Layton, as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Ford, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Mihevc, please.
Motion 5 as amended carries 39 to 3.
Motion 6B by Councillor Wong Tam, recorded vote. Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, and I'd ask you to rule on number 1. I think we voted on it in my motion. It's redundant.
To the clerk. Just give us a sec. Okay, just give me a,
If they
Council.
understood that my motion had the word family in it, this one is obviously clarifies that point. So I'm fine with that.
Okay. So let's vote. 6B. Recorded vote. Huh? Separately? Each one, two, each one? 1 to 5 you want on one vote? On one vote, 1 to 5. Okay, 1 to 5. One to 5, Councilor Mihevik, you want one vote, 1 to 5. Okay, one vote from 1 to 5. It's getting very confusing now.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Palacio and Councillor Holland. And Councillor Grimes, please.
Members, we cancel the previous vote, so your lights may be lit up, so please be sure to vote. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Shiner.
Parts 1 through 5 of motion 6B carry 38 to 4.
Okay, so the remainder, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perks, Councillor Lee.
Councillor Holland and Councillor Mihevik, please.
Part 6 of motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Motion number 8. Motion number 8. Okay, please stop disrupting the council, please. Okay.
Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Your people are dying on the streets and you can't even ask for the armories. Shame on you.
We will be here.
Shame.
We will come back.
Joe, the next time someone does, when they die, we'll be here. Shame on you and shame on you again. Where's your phone, Tory? Give me your phone. I'll phone. If you don't have the guts to ask, I'll phone. Give me your phone now. You can't do it, can you? Coward. Why are we angry? I know I gotta go, but why are we angry? Tell me. 30 years of watching these people die on the streets. 30 years you leave us there and watch them come into our place.
Shame on you, Joe. Mihevik, shame on you. Aligning yourself with John Tory. Shame on you, Joe. Okay, our last motion is motion number 8 by Councillor Cressy. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Burnside and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
Motion 8 carries, 28 to 14.
And that's the item.
Okay, thank you. That's the item. Councillor Perks?
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of order, I'm concerned about member motion 3539, above-ground parking deck at Kipling Hub. I have two concerns about it. First, it was introduced as an urgent item, and they're actually, all it does is ask for a report with no timeline. So while it may be important, there's no indication of urgency. My second concern is, I have a very clear memory that within the last 3 council meetings, we have debated and voted on the issue of parking at the terminus of subway lines. And what this does is ask for a study for parking at the terminus of a specific subway line. So I'd ask you to consult with the clerks and see if this is properly before us.
Well, Councillor Perks, we did vote, and we did introduce it, so it's before us.
We had, I'm sorry, Speaker, we had to consider this without seeing what it was,
It was on the screen.
and I appreciate that. I don't believe I voted to reconsider the previous debate we had on transit, and I think we would need to vote to reconsider that, given that we dealt with that issue at a previous meeting.
Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not my motion, but I think it's a good conversation. The last discussion was not at terminus stations. Wilson Avenue is clearly not at
Councillor
terminus stations.
Pasternak, we're not debating it now.
Well,
We're not debating it. Yeah.
it'd be my,
We're not debating it. It's
not a
before us.
reopening.
We're not debating it now. It was just introduced, and I did call a vote of council. Councillor Grimes moved it, and I did, and we voted. It was introduced, so when we get to the item, if members of council want to debate it, they can debate it. Councillor Grimes, point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was just doing a courtesy to Councillor Chan, who wasn't in his seat. He could maybe explain better when he gets back, but I, as a courtesy, was just introducing it for him. He may be able to explain better because I have really no idea. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, members, if I can have everyone just take their seats. This morning, we voted on the order paper, and the order paper, Councillor Fletcher, is that we deal with this item that we just voted on, then the audit work plan, and then the expropriation of 1269 Danforth Road, and then the member's motion. That's what we voted on this morning, so we're not doing members' motions now. Yeah, no. Okay. So our next item is audit 10.7 on the 2018 audit work plan. Okay, Councillor Cressy and Aljamari, please. The Auditor, we're asking questions to the Auditor General.
Not a problem. That's okay.
Okay, can I have members of council please take their seats? Okay, questions to staff. We're on the audit work plan. Okay, to speak. Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have a motion.
Speaker,
Is the heckling going to happen
could
again?
you stop the heckling before it starts?
I haven't even started
It's a
my...
proactive.
Proactive heckling.
Hold on. So Councillor Matlow is speaking, and we'll start the clock, okay?
May I actually, on a point of privilege, just before I start, I sometimes get nervous when I speak about a controversial matter like this because I know that there are some who support what I'm doing, but others vehemently don't, and I get some heckling over it. And I just ask you, Madam Speaker, would you mind just remind the individuals who may want to heckle now to please not, just to allow me to articulate my position, and then, of course, they have an opportunity to debate it. But I'd really appreciate an opportunity to just get through the speach from
Okay,
beginning to end.
Councillor Matlow, please, you can move your motion and let's start.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's start. We have a long agenda. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm moving a motion that there be a value for money assessment done for the one-stop subway and the seven-stop Scarborough RRT. And there's a reason that I believe this is fundamentally important for the decision that we're going to make. I believe it is critical to expand transit into Scarborough. I believe that Scarborough absolutely deserves and merits a net.
Yeah, just a sec. Councillor Coe, your point of order?
And I apologize for interrupting, but just before we get into this, what sounds like it's going to be a debate on this again, I need some clarity from you. Are we debating the work plan, or are we freely open to debate transit options in Scarborough en masse?
Well, what's
Right
before
now.
us is the Auditor General's work plan. That's the
because
only
right-
thing,
right
that's the
now
only
we're-
thing that's before us.
Okay, so right now we're talking about the
Yeah.
pros and cons of LRT versus
And
subway.
in order to amend the work plan, then it would need 30 votes.
Okay, so I think I would need some guidance from you to know if we're all open to have that debate and discussion here now on whether you support LRT or subway or what have you. Is that the discussion, the
No.
speaking points, the questions, the comments that we can make now?
No, but that's not before us.
Okay, because that's just what I've
Yeah.
heard so far in terms
Yeah.
of the.
That's not before us.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Matlow?
Madam Speaker, I believe that it is critical that we move forward with expanding transit, rapid transit for the residents of Scarborough, and I believe that every dollar that we have debated should go towards expanding rapid transit for Scarborough and improving people's lives and using every dollar as well as we can to serve as many people as possible within every neighborhood in Scarborough. We've been told by staff that in 2019, they're going to be coming back to us with 30% design and updated costs on the one-stop subway. We also know that we currently have a seven-stop LRT, which is an approved plan that's within the master agreement between us, the TTC, and the province. I submit to you, colleagues, before we invest billions of dollars, we have raised taxes, we've increased our debt load. Before we invest billions of dollars, we should have the most relevant basic facts in front of us about whether or not there is value for every dollar invested. Also, that we are providing the kind of service that residents need. Now, Madam Speaker, would you put it on pause?
Councillor Matlow, continue, please.
Just so much talking going on.
Continue.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I know that there's a lot of talking going on, and people have sort of deliberately decided to walk away. I'm here to plead with you, and you may not want to hear me, and you may not want to see the facts. Evidence may not be important to you. That's your prerogative, I suppose. But we are elected to not only represent our communities, but represent the people of Toronto and be responsible with every dollar that we're entrusted with. And there has never been either a business case analysis or a value for money assessment done on this project, on either of those projects. What we have, some people have said that it's a done deal, that we've already approved a subway, but that isn't factually true. We are going to be debating in 2019 whether or not we're going to be moving forward at the last stage gate of the project. What we do have is an approved 7-stop LRT that's part of the master agreement. Yes, context has changed. Politically, different orders of government have said that they prefer the subway, and I acknowledge so has this one. But that's not what's been approved. So I'm concerned that the costs are going to go up. I'm concerned that we're not supporting as many residents as we can with the dollars we have. I'm concerned that we have... Madam Speaker, it really is difficult to speak when there's no speaker in the chair, people are walking around, there's talking.
Yeah.
I'm acknowledging that I'm being distracted by this behavior, and I understand why some are doing it. It is hard to make a speech about looking at the facts and wanting evidence when we're debating Scarborough Transit. It is really hard to do that here. I ask you this. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's no delays that could ever happen here. All that I'm asking for is that if an independent review of the facts on both projects come back, and it demonstrates that the one-stop subway, which I disagree with, you know that, but if it demonstrates that that is the preferred option, I would vote with you. But if it demonstrates that the 7-stop LRT is in fact the evidence-based project, I hope that you would support that if that provides better value for every tax dollar we have. There are no delays to do this. The Auditor General doesn't design or construct subways or LRTs. Actually, the only way there could be a delay, if you really believe that the facts support the subway, is if the facts came back contrary to what you're asking for now. So bottom line is, let's allow ourselves to look at the facts and make an evidence-based decision. That is all I ask.
Thank
and I
you.
do hope that you would support me.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Campbell.
I'm going to call the question, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the question has been called, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailão, please.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 23 to 15. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved.
Councillor Pasternak.
I'll be very brief because we've only been debating this for 7 years, and I'm sure we've heard all of it. To the best of my knowledge, I have not seen a motion like this for the Eglinton Crosstown, for the Finch West LRT, for the Downtown Relief Line, for any other transit project. This is an ongoing attempt to delay, to waffle, to stop this vital transit extension. We have debated this for at least 7 years. This has come to council. I guess this would be the 11th or 12th time. I'm looking for nodding of heads. It has been extensively researched by some of our most experienced senior staff, including 2 CFOs. We have heard all the arguments, both for and against. We have had public consultations. The people of Toronto are tired of the politics, they're tired of the arguments, and they're tired of the debates. They want transit, and it's time to get on with it and defeat this motion.
Councillor Carroll.
So, Madam Speaker, the only flaw as I see it in my colleague Pasternak's speech is that he says it's time to get on with it. And in fact, I think if we were listening, if any of us had listened to Councillor Matlow's speech, the reason he has brought this to the audit work plan is because he is sensitive to the fact that people have said we can't delay the work that is going on in other quarters, the work that is going on with our staff. An accountability officer is an independent arm. They don't feed into the stage gate process. They don't feed into any of the work that is ongoing. And if you really want to lay this item to rest, if you really did, Councillor Pasternak, want to lay this item to rest, through you, Madam Speaker, I submit that this would have been the way to do it. Now, luckily, you all had the foresight just 24 hours ago. Yesterday, you ensured that this wouldn't happen in the west end of the city. Because for residents of Etobicoke, you all fought vehemently that we must continue to keep alive two options. You had the opportunity yesterday in two motions. Councillor Cressy moved it in one way and I moved it in another to shut down any talk of any alternative. Sorry, community, we can't talk about both anymore. And we gave you that opportunity, and you all fought vehemently for 2 hours against that. You said we've got to keep the community group looking at a subway, and we're also going to approve an LRT, and we'll keep two options alive. But today, for Scarborough residents, suddenly we can't look at those other options. We got to shut it down, and you've been shutting it down every chance you got for 7 years. Because for some reason, Scarborough residents don't get to have the same kind of comparison that you passionately fought for yesterday. You killed two motions to make sure that for Etobicoke residents, they would have those two options. But Scarborough residents somehow can't handle looking at the two residents. That's your 7-year insult to the residents of Scarborough. They can't handle the truth of having both of those options price tagged and put before them. Now the process is carrying on because for 7 years you've reinforced that we're only going to do this one way. And Councillor Matlow has accepted that. But what he has said is there is one last place, and that is the office of an independent officer to look at those things. And why should they look at those things? Because their guiding principle is to look at whether or not we are getting value for money. That is why we have an independent accountability officer who reports directly to this room to do that for us, outside and independent of all processes. So this is the one place Councillor Matlow could make his fuss without hurting any of the work that for 7 years you've been asking to be done. So if you really want to stop talking about this, you would approve of this, and then you would be able to say to Councillor Matlow, after this audit, stop talking about this. And you would be able to say to Scarborough residents, in the end, we had to use a different avenue. We used an AG, but we gave you the same level of information that we thought Etobicoke residents deserve. You got that too, Scarborough. And all you have to do is support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's important to take a moment, step back, consider the point of order Councillor Cole raised and the speech that Councillor Pasternak gave. In both of them, they said that we've debated this many, many, many times. And it's true, certain aspects have been debated many, 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 many times. If you recall, in fact, at the last one, and the one before that, and the one before that, we asked the city manager, have you ever provided us with an audit cost comparison, value for money cost comparison? And at each of those debates, the city manager said, no, you have never received that. I now want to turn to something else that Councillor Pasternak said. He said, we've already decided. Asking for more information is just an effort to slow it down. I want to remind you what you actually voted on at the last meeting. You did not vote to approve the Scarborough subway. You voted for more information on the Scarborough subway, and at that point, we will decide whether to advance the work still further. The claim that what Councillor Matlow is doing is any different than what Council did at its last meeting is a claim that does not stand up to scrutiny. So the plain fact remains, by voting no to what Councillor Matlow is doing, effectively what you are doing is saying, we don't want to know. We simply do not want to know. There's some information we want to have going forward, what the 30% design cost will be. Eventually we're going to have to know more about the bus garage. We're going to have to know about funding. And at each step we will ask for more information. But the fundamental question about whether this moves more money for scarce public dollars is a question that you don't want an answer to. Attempting to characterize Councillor Matlow's motion as a repeat or as a delaying tactic is also not accurate. No delay is created by providing the information that Councillor Matlow is moving. Nowhere in his motion does he say delay the reporting date on the next Stagegate report. That's not in there. So you can't characterize it as an attempt to delay. So it's not an effort to have a debate we've already had. City manager says we've never actually had that debate. It's not an effort to change the council's position from one of we're going to do it to one that we might do it, because we've never said we're doing it. All we've done is ask for more information. And it's not an effort to delay. Those are the only three arguments I have ever heard against having this cost comparison. So given that it's not any of those three, I ask you before you vote, if you're considering voting no, what is your actual reason?
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. I'm going to go back a little bit. In 2009, we had an environmental assessment process in my ward for the Eglinton East LRT. At that time, we had lots of money. We were looking at doing the Eglinton East LRT up to U of T Scarborough, possibly going up to Shepherd. At the time, my residents said there was lots of money. Sorry, Councillor Cole? Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking to me. I heard my name. Sorry. I had a meeting last week where we talked about the LRT again. And at the end of part of the discussion, my residents said, where's the money? When's this going to be built? When's the shovel going in the ground? I had developers in the room that were very excited about an Eglinton East LRT. I said, we're working at the money. Mayor Tory's talking to the provincial government, the federal government. Currently, the design for the subway is at 5%. We're going to review it again at 30%. And they said to me, where did the money go? And I said, at this point, from what I understand, the money that has been directed towards the Scarborough subway extension, the Scarborough Town Centre. Somebody said to me a year ago it was at $2 billion and there was money for the Eglinton East LRT. And I said, well, we're working at it. I didn't have much answer beyond that. So residents said to me, where's it going? And I said, we're working at it. When we come back, we'll have some answers. Having a value money for audit, I think, is part of that process that explains the answers. We're not slowing any transit projects down. We're not advancing them. We're simply asking for some clarity on where we're spending our money on transit programs in Toronto, and which is why I'll be supporting this motion. It's one of the things I always pride with my residents on when we're talking about community services or programs, that we're getting value for our dollars and getting the best bang for our buck. Tell my residents I pay taxes too, and I want to make sure I know where the money's coming from and where it's going. I think a value for money audit achieves that. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the item, recorded vote. Councillor Cole is here. Okay, I thought that was it. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to speak quickly to the motion, the concept of facts and evidence that we hear about right now. There's one certain way that we'll get the facts we need, the evidence we want, that will be definitive, and that is getting this project to 30% design. And so what I would say is that in the past, what we would do at the city and the TTC, think about the Spadina subway that's opening right now. It would have been approved, I don't know how long ago that was initially approved, and a vote and show of hands would happen here at council. And you know what? The project didn't come back until it was millions of dollars over budget and the schedule was off. And then council opines again. Well, we've changed the way we do things now. And for anyone who's looked at it, we have all the reports on the capital project review, governance, how TTC is now delivering projects. And so Councillor Perks is right, is what we've decided to do is to say, let's take a measured look at this. Let's be responsible with every tax dollar we spend. And what that means is that we're going to have the real factual numbers all in front of us. That's what council has directed us that we do. That's what 30% design is. So we should stick with what we've decided to do, get to 30% design, trust in a process that we should have been doing on projects for years and years and years. I mean, I know the term stage gate gets thrown around a lot. I'm not sure everyone fully appreciates what it means, but it gives us an opportunity to have real numbers in front of us, facts in front of us that will tell us that cost, and that's the responsible thing to do, and we shouldn't get sidetracked by other attempts to suggest that we're not doing otherwise. So stick with the process we've launched. Let the work get done. Money's being spent, work is being done. We will have the facts in front of us in a short time because of the good work that's being done by the TTC and the project team on this project.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
No.
Jeez.
I've just heard the chair of the TTC speak and provide us with factual information that we are going to have the costs at 30% design. That's true. But there will be no value for money analysis done at that point. There will not be. We will be presented with an estimated cost based on more information. I want to understand a value for money analysis of both projects. We will not get any analysis unless he's willing to stand up and move it at 30% design to compare both projects, or at some stage of design compare both projects. But we have not had that. Let the Auditor General tell us how to do it. If she comes back and says, I can't do it until 30% design, then let her come back and tell us we can't do it until 30% design. Maybe she will come back and say we have to advance, we can do this based on the certain amount of information on the LRT option. But let her do it. The people of Scarborough do not speak with one voice. I have heard consistently people who have also said, I support LRT and I want some comparison. I think that's only fair. Let her tell us how we should do this. And that's why I'll be supporting this. What are we afraid of? It's not going to delay the next stage gate. And when that stage gate comes, then what? You're all going to say it's too late. It's too late to compare this. So let's get her opinion on how best to do this, and that's why I'll be supporting this motion.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting the motion. And I was the previous chair of the committee. You know, every time we do a project, are we going to be sending to the Auditor General to evaluate value for money? Is she going to be the final approval for all the projects we do here? That's what we're asking for now. So this council will then depend on her final say. Is it a value for money? So it becomes ridiculous. So this council is the one that decides what to approve, what not to approve, based on studies done by the experts that come forward. Yes, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, we have to move forward. Not every time that the project comes forward that I disagree with, I'm going to send it to Auditor General for value for money evaluation for study. We have to move forward. And this is not going to help. Because in future, we set a precedence of this nature, we will be asking for value for money evaluation by the Auditor General for everything we don't agree with. So it's going to set a precedent. So I am not supporting this. Thank you.
Last speaker, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a bit of a replay of the Audit Committee. If I can ask for a bit of quiet while I speak.
Okay, if I can please have some quiet. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Layton, please. Okay.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am a bit surprised. I mean, I know Councillor Perks understands governments really well, and I'm surprised he's supporting this. The Auditor General spoke about this in her report about the briefing note on TTC, and I'll read it to Council very quickly. It is not the Auditor General's role to question the policy decisions of elected officials, nor is it the Auditor General's role to reopen City Council decisions. And she went on to say that she dismissed Part 2 and 3 of the request from the citizens group about that particular briefing note. In fact, the CODA tells us that it's staff's role to provide advice and analysis to council for decision making. I can't stand here and watch the auditor being weaponized to try to relitigate a council discussion. In fact, I wrote up a motion. I wonder if I can ask the Auditor General to have a value for money analysis of the Bloor Street bike lanes. I'm unhappy with that decision, but that would be absurd. I think if you support this, you're setting a very, very dangerous precedent. You're asking the auditor to audit an idea. She audits things. She audits operations. She audits projects that have been implemented. And none of that has taken place. All we're at is at an interim stage gate of a council decision process. I would urge members to think about it in this light of clarity, that we're asking the auditor to step out of her role and to begin to look at political decisions made by a council. That is way out of bounds for her, and I think it is opening a can of worms where people will then start to use the auditor to relitigate things that they disagree with. Please shut this down. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the motion, recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 25.
Okay. Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Deputy Mayor, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
Okay. All right, then, do we have to raise this vote? Okay. Cancel this vote. The deputy mayor voted the wrong way. He would like for us to reopen it and revote. So, on the amendment, who's moving to reopen it? Hold on, Councillor. Councillor de Bearmaker is opening to reopen it. All in favor? Carried. So, on the amendment, on the motion by Councillor Matlow, we'll vote on it again. Recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, please.
Pardon? This is on Councillor Matlow's motion.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Ajamari.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 13 to 27.
Okay, so now on the item. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Matlow, please.
The item carries 38 to 1.
Okay, our next item is on page 6. No, it's not item number 5, Councillor. Please. Page 6, GM 23.16, expropriation of 1269 Danforth Road. Do we have questions? I don't know why either. Do we have any questions to staff? Okay, put your name on the screen, please. Councillor de Bearmaker, questions?
We're seeing if they're here. Oh, there they are. Yep.
Okay, where's the staff?
Yeah, they're actually right there.
Okay.
I was looking for the, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Just through you, Madam Speaker, to the staff, the recommendations in your report, are they in the best interest of the City of Toronto?
Madam Speaker, yes, they are.
And you're recommending us today to adopt your recommendations to protect the City of Toronto?
Through Madam Speaker, yes, we are.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I am speaking and voting against spending any more money on the one-stop Scarborough subway until we actually have facts in front of us to be able to demonstrate that it is a good use of tax dollars, especially when we have a funded agreement with the provincial government to be able to move forward with a 7-stop LRT. And in fact, we could use the city funds along with the contributions from the other levels of government to fund a 24-stop LRT network for Scarborough. We should not be spending even $1 on buying a plaza right now before the decision is made. And despite what the mayor and others have said, when they keep repeating that there are delay, and that we voted on this 100 times or 9 times or whatever, the reality is we are going through a stage gate process. We are asking for more design details, which is going to come to us in 2019 based on what staff have said. We have an existing master agreement for an LRT, and there will be a decision that we have to make to spend those billions of dollars. But we haven't done that yet. We have everyone from Andy Byford to Jennifer Keesmaat to others saying that if the costs grow, that we might want to reconsider. We have everyone from Patrick Brown to Andy Byford and many others saying that that the value for money audit would have been a wise idea. But you, council, along with the mayor, have decided to not only ignore facts, you don't even want to see the facts long enough to ignore them. You just don't want them to come to you. You don't want them in front of you. Now you want to buy a shopping plaza? You want to go ahead and buy a shopping plaza on a project that may or may not merit support. Why are you going through the folly of a stage gate process anyway? Why are you pretending to thoughtfully review levels of design? Why are you pretending to actually even consider any of this if your minds are already made up? Billions and billions of dollars that could be invested into supporting neighborhoods across Scarborough. 24 stations versus 1. And unless you live right next to Scarborough Centre, you're going to be spending more time on the bus. You're going to be spending more time on the bus under the one-stop subway plan. Oh, wait a sec, you're going to get a large bus terminal, and now you're going to get a shopping plaza too. That's what you're going to be left with. Council, focus on the evidence and the facts. Focus on putting people and facts before your political interests. Do not waste a single dollar, never mind billions, on shopping plazas or new large bus terminals to accommodate all those people who currently actually have access to highly imperfect, but at least they've got the RT. You know what you're going to do? You're taking away 5 stops away from them. That's what you're doing. You're taking away 5 stops, and you're replacing it with 1, and lots of time on the bus. But this isn't just politics, is it? This isn't about money, is it? Residents across Scarborough currently have commute times that are intolerable to them. 1 hour, 2 hours or more for many people. And they're relying on us. They are relying on us to make evidence-based decisions and use money well to support them.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, hold on. Point of order.
You know, I'm usually quite liberal on how people can speak, but talking about the length of the bus ride and the number of stops and everything else that's been going on is not about buying this particular site. It's not. It's a rehashing of it. And in due respect to council, deal with the issue, but not the issue that we've already dealt with. And Madam Speaker, if you could manage that, it would be appreciated.
Okay, so Councillor Matlow, that's not before us, so it's just the expropriation. No, but Councillor Matlow, you can't use every item to deal with your personal issue. So you have to speak on what's before us only. Please.
Is the expropriation of a plaza to be able to enable the one-stop subway. The argument that I'm making is that the evidence doesn't support moving in that direction, and actually we have not approved the one-stop subway yet. So it is folly and premature to spend dollars, tax dollars, other people's money on buying a shopping plaza, given the fact that we are receiving advice from experts, from people who have worked for this council, from just reasonable people, who have said that the costs are going up and there should be a reconsideration. We have an approved plan, the 7-stop LRT. We could fund 24 stations if we chose to. But what we're doing is, if we spend money now, we're already spending millions in consultants, which I think is absurd.
Okay,
But now we're going to be spending money on a shopping plaza? Think about it. We have not decided to move forward with a subway. What we do have is an approved master agreement for the 7-stop LRT.
Okay,
That is a reality. So why would we invest into a shopping plaza now? The only reason we would do that is if we are already assuming, without the facts in front of us, never mind the value for
Councillor
money audit.
Matlow, your time is up. Thank you. Yes, it is. It stopped there. It's working here. Councillor De Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From a different perspective from my colleague, I'll be supporting the staff recommendations because for somebody who's so concerned about Scarborough, he seems to listen very little to the people who are elected to represent the people from Scarborough. And certainly, we just had our staff tell us that this is in the best financial interest of the City of Toronto. Staff have put recommendations before us that are in the best interest of this city. We should be supporting staff recommendations, and if a councillor doesn't like a project, shouldn't be his job to try to sabotage it every step of the way or try to defer it every step of the way. Sometimes when you're on the losing side of a vote, you have to say, well, the majority of this council has made a decision. That is the will of council. Our professional staff are recommending a course of action to protect our interests. We should adopt the staff recommendations, plain and simple. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Well, sorry, that was it for the speakers. We're in the middle of a vote. Recorded vote. Sorry, Councillor Davis, you didn't have your name there and you weren't right. No, you did not. Councillor Davis, please, you did not. There were no names on the screen. You did not. Please. Councillor Davis. Yeah. There were no names on that screen. Yeah. We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Why respect the Auditor General now?
The item carries 26-8.
Okay, Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Please. Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Order. Okay, so what's our next item? So we're going to be doing members' motions now. Okay. All right, members of council, we're going to do members' motion. MM 35.3. Let's try to get this before our break. MM 35.3. No, 1 and 2 was deferred from the last meeting. 35.3 by Councillor Cole. Okay. Notice if this motion has been given. Please. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.4. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote on waiving referral.
Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 27-9.
What is it, Councillor Karygiannis?
I'd like to change my vote. I voted on the wrong piece.
Yes, I know, but it's okay because it didn't go through. So it's before. It won't change anything. Councillor Davis is holding the item down. It's just a referral motion. Councillor Davis is holding the item down. MM 35.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of recorded vote on waiving referral? Okay.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Grimes, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Lee, Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
On the item, on favor? Recorded.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor DiGiorgio.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Coe?
I'll wait to the end. There's something I want to reopen, but I can do it now, or could.
Just let him do it now.
I'd like to reopen item 35, MM 35.3. Yes. And then ask for a recorded vote.
Well, did we vote on it?
Yeah. It was,
Yeah, he
I do.
does.
I do.
He does. Leave him alone.
But that's your motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to reopen it and ask for a recorded vote.
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is moving to reopen MM 35.3. Favor? Carried. On the item yes, I know. MM 30, my God, MM 35.3, recorded vote. That's why we reopened it, didn't we?
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Was there a reason for that?
Out in the snow in the winter and passed away. It was very traumatic for the community, and so they would be very heartened to see a unanimous vote of City Council.
Okay, thank you. MM 35.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Lee, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 36 to 1.
On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 35.10. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3511. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Shan, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 39 in favor.
MM 3512, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. I remember when St. Hilda's was built, Councillor Cole. MM 35.13. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.14. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Parks and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote? Recorded vote to waive referral.
Braver than I am. You know, there's a street in my ward I can't go because I put a dog's up. I can't go there.
Councillor Cole, please.
Can't win.
Councillor de Bearmaker, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 38 to 2.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 2711. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Okay, all in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item? On favor? Opposed, if any? MM 3516. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Lee, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Lee, please.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 35 to 5.
On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3517. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. MM 35.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. MM 3519. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. Okay, recorded vote to waive notice.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Mathlow.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Cressy.
The motion to waive notice does not carry. The vote is 22 to 17. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved.
MM 3520. Okay, that will be resubmitted in January. MM 3520. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Fragedakis, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
The item is adopted 38 to 1.
MM, did we vote up, was that on the item, or, that was the item, okay? MM 35.21. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Opposed, if any? MM 3522. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. MM 35.23. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.24. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.25. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Parks and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of pardon? Who asked for recorded vote? Okay. Recorded vote. Yes, waiving notice.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, please. Councillor Fillion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The motion to waive notice carries 39-1.
All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.26. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3527. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item T 23.8. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? all in favor of reopening? Carried. Okay, hold on. Councillor Shiner, did you say you wanted to hold it?
Yes, just ask the member a question.
Okay, Councillor Shiner would like to hold it. MM 35.28. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of waiving referral? Sorry. I'm just... On the item, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, sorry. MM 3529. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 35.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.33. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3534. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3535. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.36. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote. Oh, okay. Councillor Cressy is holding MM 35.36. MM 35.37. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Now the MM 35.38. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 35.39. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, it was on the item, carried. MM 35.40. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Okay, hold on. Councillor Mihevig?
Sorry, there is a one little technical error on the line one. It says 300 Walmer Road. The text of the report says 350 Walmer Road. If that could be corrected, and then it could just. It's meant to be 350.
The correct one is 350?
Correct.
Okay, so just the heading has to be changed?
Correct.
Okay, so there's been a request for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Wong-Tam.
The item is adopted, 41 to 1.
Okay, the next one is MM 35.41. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Maria? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry. Councillor Al-Jamari. Councillor Al-Jamari?
Yeah, if it's going to be unanimous, I want a recorded vote.
Okay.
Okay, just put our hands up.
Okay, recorded vote.
Okay, it has to be unanimous now.
I'm sorry, Councillor Al-Jamari.
Oh, it's fine.
I was just repeating what Councillor Fletcher said.
We all love Councillor Al-Jamari.
But it's going to be a unanimous vote. Yes. Yes, Jane.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Burnside. And Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Burnside?
Oh, sorry.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, so that's finished. Now, I guess the next item is, okay, let's do quick items, because then we're gonna have our break before we get to the security, right? The security is next. Okay, quick items. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Item TE 28.5.
What page?
Apologies. 10. Thank you for, yes, 10, right at the top of 10.
Okay.
1182 King Street, etc. So as I told you, staff have revised it. There's a motion. There are a lot of words here. None of the words are different than what we passed at Community Council. All that is different is the boundary on this map. It was drawn in error and it has now been corrected.
Okay, and members of council did receive a copy of it. It was circulated.
Yes, it had been circulated, yes.
Right. So on page 10, T 28.5, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor?
No, I have to move this supplementary report because that's where they correct this map.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're moving the supplementary report.
Write this one here.
Next time,
On favor?
the whole supplementary.
I guess there's only two people that voted for it. Councillor, okay. Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes. I would like, on page 9, EY 26.37, pedestrian crossover request, Royal York Road between Hillside Avenue and Simmons Street. And just Councillor Grimes and I have had a great chat about that one. I'm very happy to move that. Pardon? Recorded vote. He'd like a recorded vote. That's good.
So on page 9, EY 26.37, pedestrian crossover request for Royal York Road. Recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks, we need your vote. Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Sorry. Councilor Mason was trying to plan my evening.
The item is adopted 37 to 4.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 4, EX 29.11, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. Although I'm not happy with the staffing component, I had my questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, on page 4, EX 29.11, Councillor Campbell is releasing. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Oh, so we're not actually approving this.
Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Councillor Palacio and Councillor Holland, thank you.
So this is just another one of those ones where we look like we're...
The item carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 1, PW 24.
We're on the blue sheets.
Okay. Blue sheets.
Today's sheets.
Today is blue.
Then I'll withdraw my name, Madam Speaker, and I'll come back afterwards.
Councillor Cole.
Jim, just leave.
Page 3.
Okay, hold on. Page 3.
PW 24.4, improving accountability utility cut process, word all. I'll keep holding it.
Okay, keep holding it. Councillor Cole.
If clerks have it ready on page 8, item PW 25.5, I have a very quick minor amendment.
They're not ready, Councillor Cole.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 8, PG 24.12, request for direction, official plan amendment 258. I can release that.
Okay, on page 8, PG 24.12. All in favor? Carry. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. It's on page 10, TE 28.59, parking amendments, Strathmore Boulevard. It came without recommendations, but there's a supplementary report. So I'd like to move the supplement recommendations.
Councillor Perks held it.
He held it just because
To release it, as I said last time.
it's,
Oh. All right,
it's in my ward.
okay.
It's in the ward I read. I thank you very much.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, because it's here without recommendation. So on favor? Carried. Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release EY 26.
What page?
Sorry, page 9. EY 26.26. Traffic control signals, Islington Avenue, Norton Avenue, Eiffel Avenue, and Ward 5.
Okay, so, okay, Councillor Davis, but it will still continue being in Councillor DiCiano's ward. Councillor Karygiannis.
Yes, it will. Now, you said ward.
I want to move to my ward.
Madam Speaker.
It'll still be in Councillor DiCiano's name. Okay, this is the last one. Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release on page 7, 24.3, airport zoning regulations to protect hospital helicopter flight paths, final report. All sides met, and there was an agreement, so I'm releasing it and moving staff recommendations.
Is this on page 7, PG 24.3?
Yes, ma'am.
Airport zoning regulation? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Recess till 6:30.
have some food.
Thank you, sir. You're Nikki Shaw, you have a problem. She didn't know.
Once in a while.
That's for you. You say, well, you know what? It's just not a good idea.
You suggesting something?
No, what I'm suggesting is, no. This is way- Here looks good.
I'll consult you next time, how's that?
Members of council, if I can please ask you to come to the council chambers. Members of council, if I can please have you come and take your seats.
I'm going on, forget it.
Pardon? I can ask members of council to please take your seats. Okay, we have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Are there any further release of holds? Please put your name under request to question staff. All right. Oh, okay. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. I can release, it is one of the deferred items, page 4, construction staging area 4 Avenue Road. Mayor Tory has a quick release, Mr. Mayor. He has a quick release on it, a motion, sorry, so I can have him move the motion with thanks for the work on it and be done
Well,
with it.
the mayor is not,
Not quite ready yet. I
okay.
apologize to you, Councillor.
So we'll do it later.
We'll get it next and we'll, yeah.
Okay, we'll do it later. Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Subject to my motion being ready, no, I'm getting nods, so it's
Oh.
not ready. I'll try.
Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. BW 24.3 on page number 3, utility locate services of business improvement areas as recorded by Ontario Underground Infrastructure Notification 1. There was a circulation that I've done, and if the staff can put it on. Okay, then I'll keep holding it.
Okay.
It was circulated. You got it on your desk.
Yes, it was. The councillor is right. It was circulated. Okay, is that it, councillor? Is that it?
Well, I'd like to, you know, if it's a quick item, I'd like to put the motion up for us to vote on it.
Which one?
24.3.
No, somebody
that's not
said it
quick.
wasn't quick.
The other one that I have, Madam Speaker, is 24.4, improving accountability utility cut process. Page number 3, I'm releasing it.
Okay, Councillor Karygiannis is releasing on page 3.
I think Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam might.
Has a motion.
Has the motion.
Okay, so it's not a quick item. It's not. Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 6, CD 24.9, improving data collection management of Toronto's homelessness population. I have an amendment to move that's asking for open data sets to be released on the occupancy of our shelter system.
Okay, on page 6, CD 24.9, Councillor Ainslie has a... Okay.
I'll keep
continue.
holding it.
All right. So now we'll go to Executive Committee Item 2910 on enhanced security measures at City Hall. Councillor Karygiannis, you held the item down to... No, we're going to executive right now. Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor Karygiannis, you held the item down. That's up to the members if they want to go in camera. Does any member of council have in-camera questions on the security measures at Toronto City Hall? Okay, well, I think that some of it has been released, hasn't it? Yeah, has...
Then, questions of staff through the chair.
Okay, hold on.
I held the item.
Yeah.
No, I think it's
Okay, Councillor Karygiannis, questions.
Yes, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, have we ever been... I don't think, Madam Chair, that the relevant staff is paying attention. Sorry
Yes,
for
they're
that.
there, they're there.
Thank you.
They're there.
Madam Speaker, through you to staff, have we in this chamber ever have been, what's the word that I'm trying to use? Have we ever been under threat? Has there been something that is brought in that has put this council and the members of the council in jeopardy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Have we ever been under threat? Not that I can think of.
Has somebody ever brought in a weapon? Yes. Can people bring in a weapon? Yes. We do baggage checks. We do not check an individual when they come into council.
Okay. Let's go back and somebody having brought in a weapon. Can you describe what that weapon was or how many times that has occurred?
Through Madam Speaker, I'm aware of one incident where an individual brought a knife into the chamber.
Was it a knife that could have made, that through you, through the chair, a knife that could have hurt somebody of the councillors sitting in the back and or even put the public in danger?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think any edged weapon or knife could cause any individual harm.
What kind of a knife was it, if I may, through staff, through the chair?
I'm aware that it was a pocket knife.
Pocket knife, switchblade maybe?
I'm aware that it was a pocket knife around a couple of inches.
1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, couple of inches means 2 inches.
I would say
It's a point.
I would say 2 to 3 inches, Councillor.
2 to 3 inches. So that knife that was brought in, was that a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago, recently?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that was recently during the election of, or the vote for one of the new councillors.
Okay. So this could have put somebody in danger.
That incident, certainly, Councillor, was not used in a threatening situation. I think any knife or weapon brought into the chambers could be used as a weapon.
Okay. Did your staff, did we have things in place that the staff, the security, could have prevented that material from coming in, that weapon from coming in?
Through you, Madam Speaker, when it comes to a weapon, we do a bag check as somebody comes in. Aside from that, we do not do a person check. If you want me to talk about that further, it's really difficult without going in camera.
That's why I said we might want to go on camera, but anyways, I'll continue. If we had enhanced security, like screening in the front door, would that weapon have ended up in this chamber?
To you, Madam Speaker, in all likelihood, that weapon would be either not brought into the building knowing that there is screening, or it would have been removed at the point of entry.
Can you describe, please, the changes that we need in order to make sure that not only are we secure in this chamber, but our staff and the staff that work here are secured and they're not in danger?
To you, Madam Speaker, I think the recommendations that we made was to use screening at the front entrance to the facility to protect the whole facility, not only elected officials, but all the occupants of the facility.
Is this building safe from a terrorist attack? If they wanted to drive in a truck, if they wanted to, something like Oklahoma or something like before 9/11 at the Twin Towers, there was a bombing in the parking lot. Could this happen in this building?
Through Madam Chair, I think we're as safe as the measures we have in place currently. What we've asked for, some additional measures to add an additional level of safety to foreseeable threats.
So your measures as they stand today, what we have here today, is not adequate. You need extra measures in order to make sure that our staff, our people that work here, the public, and us are protected.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think what has occurred was there was 2 assessments done, one by the Toronto Police Service, one by Public Safety Canada. They advised that there was additional measures that were required, and those are the measures that we recommended.
So my final question. By implementing those additional measures, we can assure that the people, our people that work in this building, will have a better chance of going home safe at night versus not implementing.
That was your last question?
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. The implementation of those measures deals with the additional risks that we've identified.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you tell me very quickly, why is this report before us? I think you might have touched on it a little bit with the last answer, so I want to know why it's before us.
Certainly. To you, Madam Speaker. It's before Council because there are, first of all, there was 2 threat assessments done. Those threat assessments in the attachments 2 and 3 provided to you raised foreseeable, reasonable threats.
and recommendations were made to deal with those threats. It was felt it was necessary to bring those forward to council because we were recommending some changes to public access for the building, as well as a couple of measures that directly impacted councillors in the council chamber and in the committee rooms.
Did you speak to councillors before you brought this report forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, I spoke to all but one.
That's pretty good. I'm amazed. So your recommendations before us today are having spoken with councillors and taking some of what they said into consideration. Would that be an accurate?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that's an accurate statement, yes.
When you were talking to councillors, did you hear councillors being very concerned about their own safety, or did you hear councillors being more concerned that if something should happen, they're more concerned about everyone in the building, people visiting and people working? It's not just councillors we should be protecting.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think it was very clear through the discussions with councillors that they were concerned about the building as a whole. The building is an iconic building, and that iconic building comes with it some threats. And they were concerned about all occupants of the building, certainly just not elected officials.
Are you aware of councillors being threatened?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I am aware of certain threats to elected officials. That's correct.
And did you hear from councillors about maybe they on occasion feel uneasy with the layout of this particular room if we're doing a controversial topic?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you. Yes, just a couple of quick questions because I had to leave executive before I think you were probably getting to the answers to these questions. We heard in some of the presentation and some of the discussion that followed about any interactions that went on with health and safety committees. But I'm wondering what other work has been done before proceeding with the recommendations. What other work has been done with staff who work in the civic centres to understand their feeling or around security and how they feel about all the measures?
Through you, Madam Chair, certainly we spoke to senior staff, we spoke to our peers to come up with the recommendations and others. Did we reach out to the staff at the actual buildings? No, we didn't.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I've availed myself of the training that's available at police headquarters for what we should do ourselves if we are under threat in the building. If there was an incident in the building, we get great training on what you should do should someone get off the elevator on your floor with a gun. But the recommendations before us, for the most part, are physical measures. Were you guided just to look at physical measures? Was there any pressure to just looking at threat training, which would require human resources, which would have to be ongoing because employees come and go? Was there no guideline to look at that as one of the possible measures?
That's a really important question, and thank you, Councillor. One of the things why it wasn't recommended, and that is that there's a number of initiatives either that have occurred or are ongoing. So every elected official has received an emergency response guide that advises about what to do in all kinds of incidents. That is posted for all city employees as well. We have posted training videos for all city employees as well. And recently we have done a couple of sessions with individual councillors' offices as a training test to deliver to the rest of the councillors. We frequently deliver that emergency training to city divisions and city employees.
So you can track and tell us how many employees are being trained, you know, the run, hide, fight principles and all of that. You could tell us how many of our internal employees have been trained?
Unfortunately, through you, Madam Speaker, unfortunately right now we cannot because it's not on ELI yet. We can see how many visits we've had to the website and to different places of the website. Our next view is actually working with the Toronto Police Service, coming up with a new video in that regard, and then being able to post those on the training link.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I only have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. No, 5. Yeah. So you have 2 more minutes.
One other question, so I don't even need the whole 2, depending on your answer. Given that we do have training models, that we do have a way to train people what do in a threat, if we go through the politics of your physical recommendations, and we decide we want to take some of the measures and not other, would it be, in your view, prudent to say, all right then, beef up the training to individuals? What do you do under threat? So that we balance somehow physical measures and instinct training.
To you, Madam Chair. So part of the recommendations was additional training. It is in the recommendations. We've been training our security staff with the Toronto Police Service in that regard. Certainly we will continue so in this piece. My hope is once we report back, we will have some additional measures that are approved by City Council.
And you need our resources to make them happen. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Shang?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to clarify, the proposed changes is meant to equally protect councillors, staff, and residents who come to use the services. Is that right?
To you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
So in terms of measures, that the distribution of the work would be equally spread out in spaces, I'm assuming, where it would be applicable to all 3 parts of the population.
If I understand your question, I believe so.
So in terms of what people go through when they come, would that be also equally the same for staff, residents, and councillors, or would that look different?
To you, Madam Speaker, no, it is proposed that would appear different. Again, it is based upon risk from that side and based upon those recommendations. It is a very common benchmark for elected officials or judiciary, as well as employees, to not have to pass through the same screening.
Is it, have you done comparisons, and is what's being proposed comparable to other cities of our size in North America or in Canada?
So, through you, Madam Chair, certainly in the United States, what we are proposing is well below the threshold for a major U.S. city. When it comes to Canada, we are the largest city, but 2 other cities, the city of Calgary and the city of Edmonton, have wanding measures in place for their council chambers. Sorry, Councillor, those were put in place after the domestic terrorism threat level was raised.
Do you currently feel that our entrance at City Hall is a welcoming space when residents come to access our service?
To you, Madam Chair, you are greeted by security when you come in the building. I don't think that has taken away the openness of the building, and we would like to keep it that way. That's correct.
So if these changes are brought up or brought in, what countermeasures would be taken to, because obviously the sense of ownership and a bit of welcomingness is often lost with this, and that's a side effect of this thing. So have you been working with other departments and figuring out a way to how to balance, offset that loss of sense of ownership and a bit of otherness by countering by activities of creating a welcome space?
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, in the report what we say is that we would certainly go through an equity impact view of that and use the other divisions that are available to us that have a lot of experience in doing those pieces. For that setup to work, we need to keep that openness feel and learn from those issues. What would be the setup on day 1 may not necessarily be the setup 3 months later. So it is about learning and doing a very customer-focused experience from that side, as opposed to what you go through at the airport.
Now, since you brought similar experiences like airport, many of these places are not free from bias and free from ways of discrimination, particularly when people of low income or racialized communities who come to this space, by virtue of how they look or what they wear, often can be misjudged or implicit bias towards what we perceive as threat. And how are we figuring out a way to deal with that in a place where we are supposed to be fully inclusive and to remove those biases?
Madam Speaker, I think there's two pieces there. One is the equity impact study. I think the second one is we have done a great deal of benchmarking with similar facilities that use screening, and that is part of their business, like the Rogers Centre, the Air Canada Centre, that kind of thing, where those matters are incredibly important. So it's learning from that, and it's learning from the equity impact statement.
Is there an aspect of randomness? You know, I've been randomly picked to be checked at the airport many times. And is there going to be any form of randomness that's going to be associated with any of our measures, except the fact that it's all going to be standard?
To you, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we certainly learned from other benchmarking is that the frontline staff actually shouldn't be given the authority to make any changes to the screening piece. That would be more of a senior management call. So certainly there would not be a randomness. There wouldn't be anybody called out for additional secondary screening or anything like that. Again, the screening process in Vision is very much like going to the Air Canada Centre or the Rogers Centre. It is fairly quick and fairly invasive, fairly uninvasive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we were to do something like a metal detector, would everyone have to go through that, or would we be picking and choosing?
Through Madam Speaker, and in the as we just put it in the staff report, any member of the public would have to go through it. So all members of the public.
All members of the public. So there'd be really no potential for bias in that.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thanks. You mentioned that there was one weapon, it was a penknife or whatever you want to call it, in the chamber that you're aware of?
There was one that was, through Madam Speaker, that was brought to our attention. I certainly can't speak for others. I can give you just an example that, you know, at the Air Canada Centre, when they started screening, there was a number of weapons that were found. There are still some at every game. So there are individuals who do carry weapons.
So the point, yeah, and that was sort of going to be my next question is, how many have been brought into the chamber that you're not aware of?
So certainly,
which you can't answer, obviously,
we
right?
Be aware. That's
yeah,
right.
Exactly. Thanks. In New York City, since 2001, how many attempted or successful terrorist attacks have there been?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, it's safe to say that in Ray Kelly's book, he mentioned 12, and we know of at least a few more. So probably safe to say there are 15. How many of those terrorist attacks were, or how many terrorist attacks have the authorities been aware of before they happened?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I am probably going to say none. Beside me is Superintendent Demkew, who is the superintendent of the intelligence unit. If I say anything that is not correct, please yell at me.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly safe assumption. Thank you. And we heard a little bit about training. Would that apply to just security staff about training for potential acts of violence, whether terrorist or otherwise?
Through Madam Speaker, no, that would be all individuals that occupy City Hall or may visit City Hall.
Okay, so so let me just ask you a quick question. Someone brings a bomb into the chamber, what do you do? Probably run, right?
There is
Okay,
a detailed procedure. Can't speak to it without going into camera.
Okay, thank you. Through the Speaker to the Superintendent. How long have you been on the police service?
27, about 8 years.
Yeah. And you've had a variety of roles?
Yes, I have.
Your current role is intelligence?
Yes, it is.
Is it safe to say you know a bit more about intelligence than anyone in this room?
If you're referring to my professional work in the intelligence field, I'm confident that I'm immersed in that more than anyone in this chamber.
Correct. Thank you. Is it safe to say that there's a lot you don't know in terms of potential threats or otherwise?
Well, you don't know what you don't know, so certainly there are things that we're not aware of.
So your set of recommendations are based on what you do know, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, and last question. Whenever there's an investigation and an incident, we see it unfold in TV on whatever form, is there usually a lot more to the story than what the public sees?
Very often.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you. Is City Hall a likely place where bad things might happen?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again,
I mean, maybe the security guy, like in the idea of if somebody were looking to do a bad thing, like a bomb or something like that, is a place like this, would this be an attractive place?
what we know about threat targets is that they look for iconic buildings that would certainly raise the attention of the public, and more soft targets that would be vulnerable to something like that. City Hall certainly fits those. The other thing we know is that government buildings are a target. City Hall certainly fits those. I would think City Hall would be a good target.
So there's this proposition that if you put up these security measures that the people wouldn't come here anymore. So they have security measures at Queen's Park and on Parliament Hill. Is there any evidence to suggest that less people are coming because they've used security measures?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any.
What about, are there less people going to the airports because they put up security?
Again, I'm not aware of any.
There's also a proposition as well that there are people who look different, or there might be some sort of racialization, I think that term was used, at airports and things like that, where they have these procedures in place. Are there is it common within these circumstances where special training is applied and there are rules in place and programs in place so that doesn't happen?
I would say so, yes.
And we would apply those same rules here?
We would apply the best practices and the benchmarks that have been used and are used in hundreds of facilities in North America on a daily basis.
Very good. Do we have any information about actually how many times people actually come to City Hall in their lifetime? I think there's this idea, like there's so many people that I know that actually never come to City Hall, and actually they don't really want to come to City Hall.
To you, Madam Speaker, no, I don't have that. I do know there's approximately 3,000 people that come to City Hall on a daily basis.
Right. But, I mean, in terms of just coming here, the idea that we have to come here to conduct our business in terms of pay our bills or use particular services, generally most of these services that you would normally come to City Hall for, you can do now online. Would that be fair to say as well?
To you, Madam Speaker, I'm sure it's becoming more and more of that every day, and yes, that's the case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
There's a large number of events that are city events. I'm just going to ask you about the Canadian National Exhibition. Is that an event with, how many people generally go there?
To you, Madam Speaker, I don't have the details, but I would imagine tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands, probably millions over the 14 days. And I'm just going to ask the superintendent, are you aware of any like super special things that take place with that many people going into those grounds?
I can't say I'm familiar with the specifics of how the Canadian National Exhibition manages their physical security measures.
Would you be surprised to hear it's simply looking in the bags of people that are coming in?
Well, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to comment on being surprised or not.
Did you know that?
Oh, as I said, I'm not familiar with the specifics on how they manage that.
So you didn't know that? You didn't know that that's the protocol for the exhibition?
I can't say I know the specifics of that.
And that are you aware that former deputy chief has a security business that often advises public bodies on security measures? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what you speak of.
Pardon me, I can't hear.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of what you speak of.
So you're not aware that there's a former deputy chief of Toronto Police Services that advises on security measures, has a special firm?
If you had a name specifically, nothing's coming to mind at the moment.
Okay, so that former deputy chief Kim Derry has a specialized firm, does he not?
I understand he's involved in some elements of security. I don't know what he does in that work.
All right. Then, and would it be fair to say that, in general, well, there are folks who are coming with an intent to harm, and in general, security forces would know who they were?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll take that one. I would say no, that we would not know who they were coming to harm. Otherwise, we would have been able to prevent a number of attacks that have taken place.
A number of attacks that have taken place here?
Taken place in Canada and around
No, I'm talking about here.
Again,
You must have an understanding of people that you consider to be of concern. You have a list, you know who they might be, you're concerned about their activities here. Do you have one or not?
It's through the Speaker.
No, I'm asking City Hall security now.
To you, Madam Speaker, we rely certainly on the Intelligence Division of the Toronto Police Service to let us know of any imminent or credible threat. I am not aware of any imminent or credible threat at this time. I am aware, and most people are aware, that there are individuals who either have a grievance against government or have a grievance in general that we are concerned about.
And you do understand that there may be people who come to the chambers or that you keep a special eye on because they've been fussed up at times or been churlish at times. You understand who they are? You do have that protocol or not?
To you, Madam Speaker, I think in any situation, in any event we have, there are individuals who may exhibit some actions that cause us concerns. In those cases, we would be aware of who they were. We are more concerned about the individuals who we are not aware of who they are.
And in 2015, the Ombudsman had a report that indicated that while a scuffle took place, security stood by. Have you changed your protocol since that time?
To you, Madam Speaker, I'm not...
Based on the Ombudsman's report?
We have certainly updated protocols since that report.
Based on that when there was taunting of the audience by a councillor and a former security force member of the city, that security in the city did nothing. You've updated that protocol now.
To you, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't classify it as nothing. I do not believe that the Ombudsman report
did.
classifies it as nothing.
The Ombudsman's report says nothing.
Councillor Fletcher, please allow the staff to answer.
Certainly, we have updated protocols, yes. I think today was a good example of where you saw there was a protest, and I think it was effectively and professionally dealt with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I have a question for one of our most consistent deputants and visitors to the gallery, or to the chambers, Emily. Would like to know what happens to people who have devices, pacemakers, and so on. What impact is there if they go through metal detectors?
So again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is something that is dealt with tens of thousands of times in North America every day. There are additional steps that are taken. It is depending upon the impact statement and the technology that's used and all those type of pieces. In many cases, it's a form of a hand wand that is used. In some cases, there may be other special requirements.
So there's nothing specific you could answer for her, other than...
I can speak in general sense about accessibility devices and their use, and that typically we are aware that they would set off a detector, and a wand is used in that case to be able to screen the individual.
Okay. I think I asked this. I would like further clarification on recommendation 5, which is that we would authorize you, or the Deputy City Manager, Internal Corporate Services. Who is that?
Ms. Scioli.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Joe, where is she? Sorry. To enact adjustments to the enhanced security level based upon changes to the domestic terrorism threat level or upon advice from law enforcement. So does this still just give full delegated authority to Ms. Scioli to introduce security measures regardless of what we approve?
To you, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to get at with that one is temporary enhanced measures as the result of an ongoing incident or an immediate threat. And I'll give you two examples. So in the situation that happened in Strathroy with Aaron Driver, when we became aware of that, we could put temporary measures in. If there was an incident happening somewhere close, we could put additional measures in. It wasn't meant as something long-term. It was meant as something we could do without having to immediately go back to council. Another example,
So
if the
if I could,
yeah.
Well, why don't you allow the staff to answer?
I just wanted to.
No, but you asked a question, like,
Because-
allow the staff to answer your question.
I wanted to ask about a specific situation. So when we had, I think, the incident in Ottawa on Parliament Hill, there were additional security measures taken here, and there were security guards placed everywhere. That was not temporary. Is that an example of the kind of thing you're trying to explain to us? And that the delegated authority for doing that rested with the deputy city manager?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think there's a little bit of clarification required. We did not put additional security guards as a result of what happened in Ottawa. We put additional security guards as a result of the domestic terrorism level being raised. It was raised, then within a week there was 2 attacks on Canadian soil, one at the Parliament buildings. We put additional measures in that place under the corporate security policy. It provides the chief corporate officer at the time to put in some enhanced measures. Those have been the enhanced measures we've had in. As I've explained before, we did not know how long the domestic terrorism level would remain at medium. I don't think anybody did. Now what we're asking for is longer-term measures, knowing that the intelligence tells us that that is not going down anytime soon.
So are those security guards permanent now? I mean, we didn't have a chance to even debate it, and we're spending $500,000 on that, I think. And
Through Madam Speaker, those security guards I would consider not permanent. I would consider that they were part of budget requests that were approved by Budget Committee and Council.
oh, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to establish why this report is in front of us right now. Is there any change in threat level, or was it done on the advice of an outside agency, or more than one agency?
Through Madam Speaker, why it's in front of you now is that we had 2 assessments done by independent groups using independent methods who came up with the same recommendations. The last one we received at the end of October. We expeditiously brought this to Council.
Yes, and I saw that in the report. So these assessments strongly recommend and support what you've said in your report, and staff obviously is recommending we proceed as per your original report. I think it was amended slightly at executive, correct?
That's correct. At executive, we were asked to report back. I think as it pertains to the threat, the other thing that is important to note is that there has been a number of media about recently about City Hall and about the lack of certain measures here and the ease of access into the building, which even heightens that threat a little bit.
Right. So how many people work? How many people are in City Hall right now that work, and how many people, do you have a number in terms of how many visits we have coming through the front doors?
So through you, Madam Speaker, around 2,500 employees work here and 3,000 visitors. So, 5,500 people come in the doors every day.
Every day. So that's a large number of people, and it potentially is it could increase the level of threat to this building, given the times that and environment we're in nowadays. Is that one of the reasons this is in front of us?
That is correct. I think the other reason, again, City Hall is an iconic building. If something happens at City Hall, then that sends a message to the public that something happened to their government, a place that they have visited, that they have been to, that they've attended events with. That has an effect on the public psyche.
So the part about metal detectors, I believe, was deferred at executive to come back in a further report in March to obtain some public input. Was that the reason?
That is correct, Councillor.
All right. And in terms of the technology of the type of metal detectors, compared to the ones that I think we're all familiar with that maybe can slow people down, emptying your pockets, taking your belt off, all those things, any metal objects you might have, is there a technology maybe that will move people through quickly and yet still be able to detect the things that we need to detect very quickly?
Through Madam Speaker, that's an excellent question. So what we are looking for, and there's settings on the detectors, is looking for large pieces of metal. Whereas you come to an airport where you can be concerned that someone is going to take 11 pieces and make together a gun, we're not concerned with that. We're concerned with a large piece. If you go to many stadiums that use this technology, the only thing you take out of your pocket is your cell phone.
So, and this technology doesn't slow anybody down. This more newer technology would move people through quickly, but yet when the alarm goes off or a sound in the detector is there, then the security, what happens next? What is the
so there's a throughput rate of a detector, of walk-through detector, of 8 seconds. In that case, if something goes off, it indicates where it went off, and then security staff have a protocol to be able to check that. Was it something that individual just forgot in their pocket, or was it something of concern?
So at that point, they have to empty their pockets, or you use a wand or take additional measures?
That's correct.
And do you think you could have all that information back for the March date that's in the report, in the revised recommendation?
Through Madam Speaker, really, I think the wisdom of council said that we should report back in March after getting the public input and staff input, and certainly we will do so, and we'll have all the information back for that meeting.
But your advice is that we should be doing screening now, not later.
Through you, Madam Speaker, my advice doesn't change. My advice matches the advice of the Police and Public Safety Canada. If I was to recommend anything additional because of the matter brought in, the additional concerns, I would recommend some temporary measures until that we come back to council.
And you can do that without our council council approval. You could
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the additional measures that temporary measures I would like to see during that time, I would require council approval for. Those would be to have the members of the public come in through the front door and have a baggage check similar to coming into the council chambers.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker, through you. So you've received information that the domestic threat level has increased, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a result of that, you then responded by putting into place a measure or a level of security that you felt would address this issue, is that correct?
That's correct, and I think, Councillor, it's important to note it wasn't just us that did it. Every provincial legislature and a number of city halls did as well.
Okay, that was sort of my next level of questions. So other jurisdictions across Canada?
That's correct.
Right. And they've done this, is it simply to protect the politician? Is it simply protect the staff? Or is that there is also a liability associated with it as well? If in fact you're aware of these threat levels and you do nothing, what is the liability aspect?
So, Councillor,
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I can't actually hear. There's just a lot of conversations on. And I think
Councillor
important.
Carroll, Councillor Davis, Councillor Perks.
Councillor, I think what you're asking is about liability knowing the threats and not doing anything about them.
Yes.
I wouldn't be in the position to answer that. I think that may be a better question for the solicitor.
Maybe ask the solicitor then to answer. Thank you.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, yes. Through you, Madam Speaker. My question was, given that the staff has indicated that they have been advised of a domestic threat level increase, and they've consulted, obviously, with respect to expert and so on. And so my question was, if we do nothing with that recognition, what are the liability aspect associated with this corporation in terms of not responding to, in essence, doing nothing in order to protect not only the building, but those who come and those who work in the building?
So I can't answer that specifically without more facts and more analysis, but what I can tell you is that there are also, I'm answering this in public, so I'm going to be very general, but there is some very general law about a duty of care
Right.
owed by various entities to
Yes.
those who are entitled to rely on them.
But there is a duty of care here with respect to this corporation, correct? Recognizing that they have been provided with information about a level of security increase or domestic terrorism, to do nothing would absolutely be obviously an irresponsible, and these are my words, responsible response to that information, or that to take no action. Would that be irresponsible, or would that be appropriate?
Well, certainly with an increase in that level, it would be irresponsible not to look into it and
Okay.
determine whether what we're currently doing is sufficient.
Right. So now they, okay, so thank you. So they have actually provided information to us, given the fact that they've looked into it, saying that we need to do more. Because as I see it, this is what, would you not agree that this is what is in front of us in terms of asking us to make a decision based on the increased threat level and the information associated with what they have been garnered from security experts?
Certainly, this is staff's best advice on how to respond to that. However, I can't at this point do a legal analysis on whether
Sure, I
that's the
appreciate it.
only approach that
Yes.
could be taken, whether other ones
Sure.
might meet the standard of care.
I appreciate that.
It's really not possible to do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Further questions, Madam Speaker. Our courthouse, are those your responsibility as well with respect to the security measures that are in place, or is there an independent body?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's actually the Toronto Police Service who look after the courthouses.
Right, and so if I may ask the police then, the assessment and the risk associated with the courthouses, there are people going in, not everybody is someone that's in trouble with the law, but that you do make recommendation to protect not only the judges and the lawyers and so, but the workers and the buildings in general. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why do you do that? It's a rhetorical question. I appreciate that. You're saying to us today that we have a decision to make. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that we have brought as far as we can come with this, and we need direction from council on how to proceed.
And it's our responsibility to make that decision with respect to your recommendations.
In my view, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the Director of Security. Every morning when I come into City Hall, I come through the front door, and there's always a friendly member of your team standing out there, rain or shine, cold or hot. Why is that person out there?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm going to try to keep this in a public one. There's a couple very important pieces of that greeting. Obviously, we can deal with any issues of obvious concern at that point. And then the second issue, our brief conversation with those individuals can tell us something.
Sure. Now, if I'm looking for trouble and I make it past that person, would that person have been able to stop me? I mean, maybe what I'm getting at is there a deterrence factor in some of the things that you've done around City Hall?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there is a deterrence factor in some of those cases. Some of the other cases assist us in a response factor of locking down the building quickly and assisting in that response. Again, I think we have gone as far as we can with the measures that we've been provided with to date.
Do you think it's important to exude both confidence and a sense of some hardening of this place through some of the measures that you've proposed and some of the measures that you've already done as a form of deterrence? It's, in many ways, is it symbolic so that people understand that we take security seriously?
To you, Madam Speaker, there's really two terms in security that are well represented, deter and detect, and that's what we're trying to do in both those cases.
Okay, so a physical construct like a rope on the chamber or a turnstile or a metal detector, would it be safe to say does far more than what it operationally or functionally does, find things, detect things, but sends a very clear message to everybody that passes near that we are looking and we take security very, very seriously, and in turn would deter somebody from even thinking about using this place as a target, hopefully.
To you, Madam Speaker, I think you're very correct in that goal. Certainly it's not going to deter every individual, but those are reasonable measures that are benchmarked in many places.
Okay, I think one last thing I want to check. Is it correct that this building was built in '65 and probably designed in the late 50s?
I'm going to say around that, yes.
In the 60s.
In the 60s. Would it be fair to say that the world certainly has changed since the 60s, and the threats and the concerns that we have today are very different than then?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the threat environment continues to change. That is why the level went to medium. In the summer, there was an additional threat review. It stayed at medium. Certainly, things have changed.
As a security professional, if you were designing a city hall today, would you advise to design it in the way that may have been done with this building?
It's you, Madam Speaker. I think we have done, from a security measure, as the best we could with this shell. Certainly, there are areas that would not be designed the same way now.
Would it be fair to say, without going into any details, that there may be some shortcomings around here that we probably all know about because we work here, that do need some attention, and perhaps we should think about that?
To you, Madam Speaker, I think that's correct. I think, again, in lieu of making all those inside changes, what we were proposing was detectors at the front entrances in order that once somebody is in, they are cleared for the rest of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a strong suspicion that my question cannot be answered in public session, but I will ask the question, and if so, please advise or not answer. I think, we've asked, many questions about the safety of the building and more of the, I guess, smaller incidents that can happen that our security can deal with, such as protests that we saw today and what have you. But I guess what I'm getting at is if there is a scenario or a situation that does threaten the safety and the lives of the public in this building, the staff, and everyone who works in here, such as an active shooter or whatever that may be, do we have protocols in place now? And are there gaps in those protocols?
Through Madam Speaker, as I said before, I think we've done everything we could from a reactive side. So absolutely there are protocols. Absolutely we test those. Absolutely, even recently we had a active shooter training with the Toronto Police Service as well here. We've gone everywhere we
Madam
can
Speaker?
from that.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's quite loud.
can I please have some quiet?
Certainly, that raised even more deficiencies that are part of the building, as Councillor Holyday was speaking of, which further hardens our view of the placement of the detectors at the front door.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
To speak, Councillor Karygiannis.
Speaker, I do have a motion I'd like to put up, please, if I may. Madam Speaker, the motion speaks loudly. It's to reassure the public that we, as council members, our staff and city staff,
do not have absolutely no hesitation that we would like to get police clearance in order to ensure that the security and safety of our building. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I am supportive of staff recommendations. I've lived in another place where security was immense, and in 1999 I had traveled to another part of the world. I traveled to India, and just then there was a security threat in the building. People have ran into the building, terrorists have gone into the building, and I've seen every 50 yards.
I know, I keep, members,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every 50
Councillor
yards-
Cressy. Okay.
Every 50 yards, Madam Chair, there was a machine gun nest outside the Parliament in India. And at that point in time, I said, if this is the situation that comes, I wouldn't want to serve in a place like this. However, we live in a changing world. Just in Ottawa, just 2014, October, there was a deranged individual that shot a soldier in the unknown soldier tomb outside, and then he ran into the House of Commons. For those of you that think it is funny, let me tell you where he went. He entered Parliament Hill from the front door in the House of Commons, the center block, and he proceeded to go down the hallway. Had he turned left, he would have gone into the caucus room. Now, for those of you that don't know what caucus is, every Wednesday morning, the parties get together. It's called the caucus, and all the members of Parliament of that party and the leader are there. Had he had not run all the way down to the end where he was shot in front of the library doors, but he had turned left or right, he would have ended up in one of the caucus rooms. Had he gone left, he would have ended up in the reading room, and this is where the caucus of the leading party, the party that was the government, this is the party of Prime Minister Harper, and the Prime Minister would have been a sitting duck sitting up front, and all the members of Parliament would have been in harm's way. Similar stuff has happened at Queen's Park. Don't think for 30 seconds that you're immune in this building. Don't think for 30 seconds somebody will not bring a knife in. In the last session, we had an individual that brought a knife in. He was up in the crowd. He waved at me. He was somebody that works in security, and he says, look how vulnerable you are. At that point in time, I called the Sergeant at Arms, I called security, and I called the mayor's security detail. And the individual was very amenable, and he went out. But the point has been done. We've been breached in here. Now, you're going to say that a 5-inch switchblade is not enough to kill you. But for my colleagues that are sitting in the back, forget our colleagues, about the visitors, the people that are here to see what we do, it can put them in harm's way. We need to make sure that people that come in this building are people that have good intentions. We need to make sure that people that come in this building have nothing else but the honorable intentions to do. And that's why this motion is there. We're going to lead by example. And of those of you that might want to laugh and say, I don't want to get police clearance, guess what? What are you scared of? What are you scared of to go to the police and get a police clearance, unless you've got something to hide or your staff have something to hide? So, colleagues, I say to you that I'm looking for your support on this one, and I'm looking for your support to make sure that this building does not become an airtight fortress, but this building becomes a building where the public, the staff that work here, and the mayor is certainly safe when he goes up the elevator. This is not a laughing matter. This is about the people that come in this building. This is about their safety, the safety of our staff, and our safety. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we go home at nights. Now, I only have about 50 seconds, and let me tell you another thing. Security downstairs at the bowels of this City Hall, where we park, it doesn't take very much to run a van. And if that van is full of TNT, I don't have to tell you what's going to happen. The freight elevator in the back. The freight elevator in the back is also vulnerable. My office where I sit, that's also vulnerable. Where you sit is also vulnerable. So don't think for 30 seconds that we're immune. don't think for 30 seconds that the responsibility of your staff is not in your hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I
Thank
think-
you. Okay. You want to ask a question? Councillor Ford, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think it'll be that long. The motion came up on the screen quickly. Just trying to understand what you're trying to get at, Councillor. The feasibility of a policy that will require all members of council, members of staff, to obtain police clearance. So it's clearance for us.
Clearance for
and
us,
anyone
our
who
staff,
comes in.
and the people that work in the building to make sure that we lead by example, and we are the ones that say, look, we got nothing to hide here. That's the thing. And if somebody has something to hide, vote against this. Vote against this and tell people that, hey, I got something to hide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hey, listen.
Okay. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when I first saw this, when first staff came to speak to me about this, I thought, what are we talking about? Why are we doing this? But as I thought about it further, I do support using, I'm going to say, beautification to put around the outer area of Nathan Phillips Square. My office overlooks Nathan Phillips Square, and we have thousands of people who come and enjoy many events. We had the Argos here the other day. Right now we've got a beautiful market. Every Wednesday we have a farmer's market. Our square is a public square for our residents to come and use. So I fully support putting things in place to protect our residents. Also, when staff came to speak to me, I basically said to them, I don't believe we should just be looking to protect city councillors and the mayor. We should be looking to protect anyone in this building, whether they work here or whether they're visiting here. However, I do support what some of the other councillors have asked questions of. We shouldn't be discriminating who we check and who we don't check. It should be everyone walking through probably the front door. When we go, some of us ladies went to lunch today at Osgood Hall.
Did you invite the guys?
Sorry, guys. You can come next time. We had to go through a metal detector to get into Osgood Hall. You hand your bag over, they check your bag, you walk through the metal detector, you go and have a wonderful lunch. Great. Just recently, I went to visit my MPP, Sherry Denova, up the street. She's stepping down at the end of this year, and I wanted to actually go and visit and listen to question period. We are actually quite tame compared to them. But anyway, the point was, I wasn't allowed to take my purse. I wasn't allowed to take any electronics, including my cell phone. They all had to stay in Sherry's office because I had to go through the metal detector when I went and sat in the visitors section. Now, believe me, I'm not saying we should be doing that, but I just want to point out what other buildings are doing, not just to protect whatever level of government is working in those buildings and what other people are working in those buildings, but protecting everyone. So, as I say, I don't believe we need to go to these extremes, but I do believe that we need to look at what is happening now. I just heard today that there's going to be an offer for training. I think that's a great idea. We all have most of us have first aid training, right? So if someone was to keel over, you'd know how to get that AED and save someone's life. I have no problem with having training on what we should be doing in our own building. We spend more hours, or I spend more hours in this building than I do anywhere else right now. We probably spend too many hours in this building, but we spend a lot of hours in this building with our staff and everyone who works in this building. Everyone living and working in this building should feel safe. So I do support these motions before us. I am also aware that some councillors have received threats. They have been stalked. They should also feel safe in this place of work, and their staff should feel safe when they come to work every day. So the recommendations before us today are different to the original recommendations we saw, but I do support what is before us. I definitely support item, number 4, which says that we're going to talk to members of the public and people who work in this building and see what they feel. So, as I say, basically before us, with the world changing as it is, with what is going on out there, I think we are prudent, and I think as councillors, we need to have this discussion. We need to be responsible, and we need to listen to our staff and take whatever measures they are recommending to protect the building and the people within it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 22nd, 2014, I was out canvassing for the election and started hearing on Twitter about an attack at Parliament Hill. And my dad was there. And for a while, we didn't know anything. So when we finally able to reach him, we heard he was safe, everyone was safe, and everything was good. And I hope that no one here ever has to go through that. So the measures that are put in place that we've talked about that maybe didn't make it through exec but will eventually get here are important. They're an insurance policy for the people that work here, for the visitors that come here, and we need to do everything that we can to ensure the safety of everybody in this building. So I will be supporting the current recommendations, and I hope that you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's true, we did almost all of us get to speak with staff, but we're following a process here that is pretty much as normal for a lot of big moves, which is that staff are about to make a big move, so they do come out to meet with all of us. And then we release the report. And that's really the moment at which you really find out where this is going to go, how the community feels about it, how the general public reaction to it is, and then we start to maybe have sober second thoughts, whatever. I think that's the reason for the recommendations at executive, and I'm prepared to wait for those. Madam Speaker, in 1978, it'll be 40 years next year, it'll be 40 years since your election, since the day that a man walked into San Francisco City Hall and shot the mayor and killed him, shot a supervisor, a similar role to your own, and killed him. You see Dianne Feinstein on the news a lot these days. She was the person who found both those bodies, had to identify both those bodies, and then go and stand on the steps of City Hall and announce to the city that the mayor had just been shot and a supervisor had just been shot. And they were shot by a former fellow supervisor and a police officer with a police revolver. So the criminal background check would not have helped one iota. Many people saw him walking around City Hall and said, "There's old Dan White. Well, he's bitter and twisted. I wonder what he's here for today." They even heard him arguing with the mayor loudly. There was a metal detector and a scan to check for weapons already in 1978 in San Francisco, such as life in the United States. But he climbed in a window, so he never went through the check stop. We've already addressed the climbing in the window. We did that after the Parliament industries, whether by coincidence or just good judgment. We already have secured all the entrances other than the front door. But if we were San Francisco Council and Dan White had walked in the front door, who would have stopped him? He didn't have a city ID card anymore, but he'd been there and he'd been walking around. He'd been a firefighter. He was a police officer. Who would have stopped him? So you really cannot plan for every single eventuality. This report won't even plan for every single eventuality. But we know from what happens in the United States, what happens here, several incidents here in Canada, what happens in Europe, they're happening in all sorts of places, not just civic centers, not just strategically political or military places, but on London Bridge, in Christmas markets. I support Councillor Tory's adjustments to the report. Mayor Tory's adjustments and waiting until March to hear. We've looked at it more. Here are the things we want to do. I'd really like to see them a little more itemized and prioritized, so that if we decided we want to do some of these measures, but not all of them, what are the offsets? What are the balances? What's the feedback from the people who work in this building? Because incidents from 40 years ago to last week may be making every single person in this building nervous. And yet they hear us talking to media and saying democracy comes before our own safety, except it's not our own safety, it's our own safety. Everyone in this building. We may be prepared to roll the dice, but we're rolling the dice for every person in the building and every other civic center. I know that I can't prepare for every eventuality, because what happened 40 years ago could happen here, even if we put a bag check in. But we do have to look seriously at the measures. We can't just say, I want nothing. That's why I support the changes. Let's knowing now that the community doesn't want to feel that this isn't their building anymore. We heard that loud and clear. Mayor Tory wants that second sober thought look and that report in March, and I'm prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to support Councillor Karygiannis's motion, because I know it wouldn't necessarily save my life. Certainly not if it's a disgruntled employee, because they've already passed.
So we have time for maybe 2 more speakers. Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that, within the few months of being here, there was one email that said, because I was advocating for against the use of Confederate flag, one said, you should find that flag, tear it up, tie your neck to the thing, making reference to lynching. There was one other email that came said, if you continue to do this, we will put you on the list. Now, I signed up for this, and I'm actually going to be more likely to be dying from a disease or being on a street accident than being on a terrorist attack. I know I cannot be paranoid. But it's very, very important for us to say, because of the kind of work we do, because of the kind of attention we create, we also put the rest of the building in some sort of a target. And it's very, very important for us. I may not be here the day when somebody wants to come for me, but it may not be me. And I think it's very, very important for us to contextualize that there are hundreds of staffs who work here, come here, we want to be protected. And there are a number of people who come in to receive the same services at the City Hall who want to be protected. So it's very important. It is not about councillors. It's not about how brave or how weak we feel. We all have different variations of it, and we all may be at different points in life. But it's very important for us to think this is about the people who are with us, our staff, the people who come to receive this service. So I think I am very, it's a changing world. We have to compromise certain level of comfortness for safety and security, and it's the unfortunate reality of where we live and how we live. So it's very important for us to contextualize and support that. My only worry, and my 2 worries, is that our City Hall is one of the most open and most comfortable place. People come in, people feel like there are no too many barriers. Our security is fabulous at smiling at people when they come in. They're greeted well. We have a good gender diversity. We have a good racial diversity of our security staff, which makes a great amount of impact when they walk in and see our security. This increased security is obviously going to have a little bit more impact. So we have to come back with a different conversation to say, what else can we do, A, B, C, D, and E, that can make things more welcoming to counter some of the increased measures. And it's very important for us. It may mean more pictures. It may mean more greeters. It may mean more beautiful entrance. Or it may mean different things. But it's very, very important for us to do that. Second thing is that I don't want to be picking on this, but our City Hall staff aren't as diverse as our city. Our City Hall's councillors are not diverse. So when you walk in and you have a separate way for staff and councillors to enter and the rest of the public, there is obviously, whether you like it or not, a disproportionate racial diversity. And by that, I think it's very, very important for us to make sure that it's not perceived to be either through different entrances or through a pass card that people are getting through, that it doesn't look like there is different treatment from a perception point of view. In addition to that, regardless of how much bias we remove, when somebody is in a low-income situation and not dressed, quote-unquote, appropriately according to the quote-unquote standards we have created, they may be more targeted to certain forms of things. And if that is not our intention, it is very important for us to make a standard process that does not include any randomness, that puts somebody who is more likely to be a threat at a random secondary or tertiary. And I think I want to make that caution right now, even though it may not be in our plan, that we don't keep going down that road in some way or the other. It's very, very important for us to have that. So I think with the compromise of the safety measures that we put in, it is very important we come back with another conversation as to how do we make sure this does not have disproportionate impact on people who need this service, who need to be feeling like they belong to this thing. Because one of the things that we don't feel as much when we go to Queen's Park, for example, is that the sense of ownership of going into a place that belongs to you. And I think it is heavy security and other things sometimes end up doing that. So while I know that some of those measures are important, I think it's very, very important for us to continue to be as accessible, as friendly, and as open as possible. So I want to finish off just by saying that it is important for us to come back after these things go through to figure out how do we counter this with suggestions of making things better in terms of how it's. And I hope it's only for, I'm not too sure if it's going to be at other civic centers and other places as well, but it's very important that we don't kind of go the same route into other community spaces that we have. Because those spaces are meant to be different and meant to be more welcoming, and so it's not a blanket solution going into community centers and going to libraries and so on. And it's very, very important for us to think through this. So, for example, when you talk about security clearance and this and that for city employees,
Your time's up. I know we have 5 minutes. Okay, Councillor Ford, yes?
No more. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move to finish the item this evening.
No. Recorded vote, no. No. There's more members that want to put their name up. No, there's more people. Yes. Because we have 5 minutes to speak, it doesn't mean that everybody has to speak for 5 minutes. Like, So
Councilor
no.
Murphy, please. Councilor Robinson, please. Councilor Cole and Mayor Tory, please.
There's already 5, no. There's already 5 people up there. Yeah. Councillor Cressy just put his name up.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councilor Finley, when you're seated, please. Councilor Fragedakis, when you're seated, please.
The motion to extend does not carry. The vote is 17 to 23.
Thank you. Councillor, well, sometimes people just want to speak for 5 minutes. Councillor Kelly, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 35 on December 5th and 6th, 2017.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill, recorded vote?
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Bailao. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
Councilor Fletcher, Councilor Burnside, please, and Councilor Fragedakis.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Davis, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza.
Councilor Fragedakis, may we have your vote, please?
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries 39 to 1.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote? Okay.
Councillor Bailao, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Cressy,
Councillor Layton, please. We need your vote.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries 39 to 1.
Okay, members of council, the mayor's office is hosting Christmas cheer in his office. So we'll see everyone downstairs. Recess to tomorrow at 9:30.